sis, nice. Kasi hindi talaga ako nakakatulog pag hindi ko binabasa. Yung ano lang, foot lang, yung, libawa ito, foot. Yung foot lang, hindi na yung legs. Kailangan ko basain. Kasi hindi ko nakakatulog pag hindi hindi basa yung foot ko. Dati-dati pa talaga, promise. Kahit ka rin sa pagod, kailangan ko talaga siyang basain ng tubig. Tapos, ewan ko ba, yun na talaga, ewan ko rin yung ano ko ugali ko. Basain yung ako kasi pag hindi ko mabasain pa ako, ang tagal ko makatulog, balisa ako. Balisa talaga pag hindi ko pa. Authentic Mother, hi! Hi sis, Authentic Mother. Good morning to you and good afternoon maybe there or good evening. Thank you so much, Authentic. Pares tayo. Mag-comment ka. Sige, komentan kita sa pagkatapos ng live. Kung gusto mo mag-post ka ng pagkatanong tayo sa ano. And then malay mo, sis Jo, magkita tayo dito pag off ko. Mosh, thank you. Hala ka parehas tayo sis. Hala, so yun nga, magka-vibes tayo. Hindi ka rin nakakatulog pag hindi pa sa impaan. O diba? Huwag na kasi pagod ka, napasma, maghapon, magkakramp. O, doon nga, nagkakramp. At ang sakit talaga si Snides. Nag-cramp, ginanyan ko. O, ang sakit. Para bang hindi ka makagalaw, tapos iiyak ka na lang. Ang kulit nun. Oo, makulit talaga yun. Hindi pa siya dumating dito si Makulit, Authentic. Thank you so much, Authentic. Just, thanks. Spain. May kambal ka pala, bibi ko. Ang sabi ni Jerome. Hindi, ang meaning ng kambal, yung ninja account ko, yun yung kambal. Sis Nice, thank you. Kasi pag mag-live, Sis Nice. Sige, Sis Nice. Thank you. F4 Center, hello host. Hello, F4. Good morning. Hindi ikaw ang kulit. Hindi ikaw ang kulit mo sa pagbabasa ng pa. Ganun talaga ako Sis Authentic. Kasi hindi talaga ako makatulog pag hindi basa yung foot ko. Jocelyn Habab, big love shout out to Jocelyn. Thank you. Tagal na watch hour ko sis. 1K pa lang, ha? 1K pa lang yung watch hour mo. Yung tenor ko na sa 600 plus na. Tapos paminsan-minsan ko lang, wala pa nga nagtatambay din sis. Tambay doon is, lang, minsan isa, minsan dalawa. Pero sige lang, nakikita ko naman na lagi ka nag-live. Siguro, late lang nag-update si YT. Meron kasi naman late na mag-update pa. Pero yun nga, sa tulog na yun, loka ako doon. Ako din, laging, ang dami yung kinanta ni Donna doon, Sis Authentic. They miss kasi laging they miss me. Diba? A4, thank you, A4 ha. Celine, thank you. Pero everyone, ang sabi ni A4 Center. Bakit kaya sis? Siguro sa nagtatangkay sa'yo sis, siguro is, mag-stay lang sa'yo, tapos hindi talaga sila whole na nagtatambay sa'yo na magtatambay na hanggang end mo, siguro. Ikaw nga din sipag mo mag-live. Ako, Sis Authentic na yun lang, hindi masyado. Kasi daming busy. And then, pag alito na rin yung tatay, pagbaba na, 1 hour lang kasi kung live ko. Mag-end na rin ako. Ngayon, WHS rush hour. Walang hugas ang sabi nito ni Ron. Welcome house ang sabi ni A4. Thank you, A4. Ay, wala kasi ako. Music. May nagpapakang sa iyo sa ganito ko lang kasi. Ano na kasi, ako talaga, before matulog, pagtingin ko sa mga friends ko, ay wala na hindi sila nag-live. Kahapon, tinambayan ko sa before ko matulog, si Jen the Twin. Tinambayan ko siya. And then, kasi sabi mo, mag-relate ka na, ikot-ikot ka na kasi paggabi. Hindi ko alam baka signal ko, nawala, siguro ako signal. Tapos malaglang sila. Diba? Pero okay yun, at least lagi ka naman nag-live, like ang makikita. Umaga, gabi nag-live ka. Bilis lang yan. Boss Jazz, ang sabi nito na ito, Pain, salamat Pain ha, thank you Bestie. Salamat sa pagtamsak Bestie. Kaya pala. Patatapos ko nga natin mag-live sis. Hindi kita naabutan si sorry sis. Kasi nagigising ko lang. Late na ako nagising mga. I think mga 7 ako nagising din. Idit-idit nakatulog ulit. And then 8:30. jump out of bed na, bilis maligo, may sakit ng ulo kasi nakatulog balik. Yun, nakaano na, nagkaroon kasi tatay. Tapos kaso naluka ako ng bata, nanonood na yung show, tsaka sexual, and ako, meron ganito ka, is authentic, nanonood sila na, tinatanong mo ang mga 13 years old, mga 12, diba? Hi, Pain, ang sabi ni Jolie, paano family, thank you sis, may blue ka na sis, ganun galing nga, akala mo, may ano nga ako, sino ba yung viewer dati na, ang bright niya ba, good morning sis, Lord, sabi ni Ilocana family, thank you sis, hello po Mami Jo, sabi ni Disty, thumbs up 21, thank you Ilocana sa thumbs up tinibang mo, salamat. Derahat, alam mo natin kasi Derahat kasi laki naman siya. Ay, pagkas Hi, good evening, I am for drinking coffee hoster. So, thank you, evening and welcome to Derahat. Okay, thanks Derahat for coming. So, please live. Eating all the food on play, salamat sa pagbisita. Thank you. Derahat, nag-view ka na. Salamat sa identity ka. Kita rin kita ka. Matalingan. This is doon naman, hindi ko rin lagi nakatalingan kasi tulog, and then, lagi na kami busy ngayon. Lagi na kabisihan ba? Ilocana, magalang shout out ang sabi ni Derahat. Ito siya Jorbang, Derahat. Sabi ni F4, Derahat, hello, ang sabi ni Ilocana. Uy, okay lang sis, salamat sis. Magkakilala pala kayo ni Dotis. Magka-send kami ng lugar ni Donna. Doon siya, tapos ako, at doon din sa Alagre. Ikaw siya sa the one, Nicola, thank you, the one. So, Nicola Charotos. Salamat po. May galing pa kayo. Gusto ko talaga may katulong. Yun. Paborito ko. Sisto, mo, Sisto lang, Sisto. Parang lalaki yata yung Sisto. Derahat, hello, sabi ni Authentic. Pinag lang ako dito. Salamat dawan. Nga ano mo? Nga anta? Nga po siya nga? Nga po po kami ng... Bako ka masyado na eh. So, ano ito? Nandito ako sa Authentic sa Kuwait. Nagtatrabaho. Since 2014, till now, complex. Salamat complex sa lalaki ka po. Lalaki yan si Pain, this Pain, ako. So, I'm pro sa anak. Sabi niya is war. Kilala siguro sila. The one, hindi lang siya. Sabi niya sila ka. Ano lang, nag-BTS, parang sa family, sis authentic. Just, resume, ang sabi ni Jo. Kita mo siguro yan. Sis Jo, para sa ano yun. Malapit na yung mo, sis Jo, mag-apply sa monetize. I am part of person to my friend as a nito ako. Kaya sabi niyo the one, just for fun, just, salamat just. Kala ko girl. Nasa ano nga tayo si Pring, nasa Malaysia nag-work. Kaya yun, ano lang. Diba sa Jo, kailangan natin don't away from home para sa family. Plus 4,000 plus ang watch hour mo. Wow, laki na, pwede ka na mag-apply. Diba? Hindi lang minute pagpamassage anak ko. Salamat sa authentic. Nasa ano ka authentic mo? Nasa Amerika ka, I think, sa Amerika ka. Malaki Diraha, sabi ni Jawan. Diraha yata yan. So, yap to. Diba? Dirahat sa trio pala siya. Live at night show, Dirahat sa trio. Ito ang Dirahat, are you close or we know each other, right? Si banana ko 400 plus. Sa banana mo. Pero plano mo ipag-monetize yan. Sis Jo. mag-ano ka, what I mean, makipag, pagkasalan, tapos mag-dikit doon, di ba? Thailand, hindi ka lang siya magsasabihin ka lang in case. Or siguro kung may mag-ayuda sa'yo ng banana na 100 banana, magiging 500 yan. Ano ba? Tapos Ilocana, thank you sis ha, just thank you ha. Maya ka na lang kayo, ayuhan niyo guys na ipag-replay ha. Kasi hindi ako makaganyan-ganyan, hindi ko sinara, mahirap. I often appear when I'm on YouTube course just to, thank you for, yeah, I didn't see you always here in 1P. Maybe you're busy if you're always take your effort, thank you so much. I am to live after none. I am to live ever none, Mr. F4. Sabi niya lahat. Oo, sana may nakarinig sa sinabi ni sis. Meron yan, na mag-aayuda yan sis. For sure. Okay lang, nasa kusina din ako nagluluto. Sabi niya sis, ang sipag talaga ni sis Ilocana. Alam mo sis, kaya ako nagtitinapay kasi totoo niyan is, nag-crave talaga ako ng adobo paggabi pa, adobo. Tapos hindi kami nakalabas hindi namin nilabas yung manok, frozen pa. Tapos, ito rin kasi tulog ko, grabe makatulog, ang tagal magising. Kaya sa aircon na sobrang lamig. Naging late magising. Ang sabi ni Dawan is kabsat. Ang sabi ni Dawan, Onin, like that, thank you, Onin ha. Onin, salamat ha. Bang, grabe sa prayer, sabi ni Edward. And 28, thank you, bro, sa prayer sa walang bigyan na pag-bisita. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, sabi ni Onin. Good afternoon to Onin. Like them of me. Thank you, Dirahat, sa Priyo. Onin, magalang shout out sabi ni Dirahat. Onin, kumusta? For sure, maraming talaga maano na si Onin. Pwede mo rin dukitan si Onin. Supported din na, lagi ang pupunta sa mga live. Hindi kita na pinakikita nag-live si Jo. Ako nga, minsan si Jo, parang, ewan ba? Hi, Dark Pinay. Hi. Big A support group. Thank you. Ano kung pagbasa nito? BGs or Big S? BG support. Thank you so much for coming. Thumbs up. Thank you for the thumbs up. BGs, hindi ka lang shout out ang sabi ni Derahat. Hindi nagla-live si Jo. Hindi nga nagla-live. I-live mo kaya yung si Jo. Try mo na. Para sa WH mo. Tamay evening. Thank you, Derahat. You're so kind. Thank you so much. Hi, Deta. Sabi ni BGs. Ito ba nagla shout out ang sabi ni Derahat sa Trio. Dito nga ako makalive. Pwede naman yan makalive kasi nasa 100 plus ka na. Pwede naman. Mag-ano ka ba sa live?
Upside down again from Mamitreji. Samsa kagwin ka na girl.
Wala na tayong stand.
Malapit ng...
Sira na.
Yes, sira.
Nakahiga lang sa table yung cellphone.
Ganito kasi yun. Galing ako kay Kuya Ao. Di ba may basher si Kuya Ao? Yung Logan Cortado. Ngayon, nagsabihan ko lang si Logan Cortado na huwag ganyan. Nagalit siya. Tapos, ginaya niya yung link ko tapos nagkakalata sa ibang live. Nagmura na, nagpapasok na ako. Sino yung pinapasukan niya? Sino yung mga nagsisita sa kanya? Yun. Nagagalit siya sa kanila. Tapos sinagaya niya yung bed. Hindi ka sa pool, balikan kita bukas. Hoy, bakit bukas pa? Bakit nagkaroon kasalanan sa kanila? Ganon yun, may sira ang ulo. Oo, sinugan, di ba? Nandun ka mami nung panahon na yun. Lagi ka kayo kuya. Sinugan ko talo. Yung kasi may nangyari na hindi maganda kaya ayun, gumaganti yata.
Okay. Ayun, bublo. Next F4. May nagsabi sa akin din ako ng single to blow. Meron ba? Okay to your friend yan. Distance and consequence. Ayun, thank you. Ayun, thank you.
Pag may hingin talaga, ganun talaga, para tayo magagawa. Lagi may basher si Kuya. Oo, siyempre, maraming sponsor si Kuya. Pilit siyang sinisiraan, pilit siyang ano talaga? Iba-iwasan yung basher sa away. Vlogger din ba yun? Oo, may channel yung may channel.
Normal talaga
Bukas pa.
yung taglagat na yan. Walang problema sa pagdidikit. Ang problema kasi paminsan mga hindi legit yung tumit.
Para ano ba? Diba? Kasi yung brother,
Sige. Tapos hindi nanonood ng video. Tapos mga ninja. Mentor Reality TV from the influencer Bigabiyara. Mentor Kandiri Bigabiyara.
verify.
Maraming salamat po ulit sa pagdalaw. The influencer Bigabiyara. I believe in miracles.
Sayang.
Kaya tingnan niyo po si Ma'am Yani, napaka-sipag po niyan magsuporta. At napakarami nila ang influencer. Puntaan niyo rin po yung live niya doon. Magaling siyang magpatawa, magaling siyang makik. On hold. 6 eyes around. Dalawa decorated na naka-off comment section. Maraming salamat sa lugar ng katulong.
Pag wala kang sinas pa, tapos
Good news from Madam Marietta Contreras. Maraming salamat po, Ma'am Marietta. Buong People TV, like that. Maraming salamat. Founder na Maraming salamat sa pagdalaw. May good afternoon from Ilubanan sa Tulong. Bye-bye. Sarap.
Pero, try ko lang.
Ilubanan sa Tulong mo. Kailan na isip-isip po kayo dyan. Mag-iwan lang po kayo ng bakit para mabalikan po. So, ayan, nakikita nyo yung mga basher, pinagaya po yung pangalan. Maging aware po kayo lahat sa mga live streamer, sa mga YouTuber, sa mga content creator, sa mga vlogger. May gumagaya po sa pangalan ko. Sana bago husgahan, tignan po muna yung channel kung may laman o wala. May nagagaya po ng pangalan. Upside right, bulking. Parang walang gagawa. Kasi nung isang araw, pumasok yan kay Eunice. Pumasok yan kay Lockhart. Tapos kinaya niya rin si Mark Yogaray. Kinaya niya si Yogaray. Kami niyang kinagaya.
Nadumuni ka?
Kinaya niya rin si Trifon Tupanin, si Raphael. Hello, Akshay po. Tahan kita. Hindi ka pa talaga makapag-live, ano? Akshay? Mas dami mo ng subscriber, dapat nakapag-live ka.
Kasi hindi naman ako lagi nag-ano sa messenger. Hindi ko masyadong
Road Boy TV, hindi ka lang siya pag-upside. Dito. Nakikita niyo yung story na yung simbahan. Ayun yung simbahan. Malapit lang yung simbahan. Tapos yung mga board. May miracle day. Ay, malapit na po ako mag-isang oras. Nagapit lang po ako kay Luluway Kisa para ba hindi mabawasan yung mga shower na. Nakita niya tayong aktibo para hindi niya tayo alisan ng dollar street.
Dahil tayo ay malayo, and then walang asawa, and then naging busy sa work.
Kaya ililipot ko kayo sa Abra. Ililipot kita sa buong Abra. Pero medyo mahaba Salamat sa kasama. Bye bye. Yan, may silahan po dito. Balikan mo.
Isipin natin is kasi alam mo, nagkakalkula na.
Warma!
Just joke.
Harap ng gabi ko? Oo. Hindi ako ko lang pipito doon. Subukan ko lang na ibalito na ito. Pili na rin ito sa Warma. Dito sa plata ng Banjay. Murang-mura lang. Murang-mura lang. Dahan lang natin quality. Mayroon kami dito choking. Mayroon kami choking dito. Mayroon kami maninasal. At ba't hindi naman nanabra kahit na napakalayo lugar. Hindi naman kami nahuhuli sa mga bagay-bagay. Kahit malayo ang nabra. Meron kami choking. Support. Some salwap. Meron kami choking. Meron kami maninasal. Meron din kami Mr. Donald. Meron din kami McDo. Meron din kami Sticky. Meron din kami Max.
Hindi na po yung pin daw si Samira. Yung ano niya. Kasi hirap naman na gano'n kung makuha yung pin.
Maulan po yan. Oo, maulan na. Maulan yan. Maninasal. Ito yung plaza. Tunay ba ako pag hindi nag-notify sa akin ng mga apala marami ka na nagkikitan. Kaya hindi na siya nag-notify. Natatabunan na yung mga lumang nagkikitan mo. Ang nag-notify sa'yo yung mga bagong nagkikitan mo. Ganun. Ingat po. Ingat din lang. Ayan, may McDonald's. Kami o, di ba? May Chowking, may Manginasal, may Mr. Donald, may McDo. Maganda din naman dito sa Accra. Malayo lang. Mayroon kami McDo, Mr. Donald, Chowking, Manginasal, o, di ba? Meron din kami Jollibee, ayun o, si Jollibee. Meron kami Shaky, merong Max, yan. Ingat ka rin na. Yung plaza, yung plaza. Ito yung simbahan. Nag-ikot lang ako. Yan, simbahan. Isa, dahil connected na kayo. Yan yung simbahan. Simbahan ng Abra. Ito, Bangis, Biti, Apple, and Ban. Oh, di ba? My town, my home. May Jollibee din dito. Meron din Jollibee dito. Meron din kaming maliit na mall. Malapit din yung grocery store. Ayan. Superstore, GBC. Ayan. May GBC din. Superstore. Umiikot lang ako. Ito yung sa kumano lang ako. Umiikot lang. Pero, naambulan. Naambulan ako. Maraming salamat. Sa mga nakatambay dyan, maraming salamat.
Di Aquarius, thank you. Salamat. 136
Thank you for being there. English pa, no? Sky Blue Pizarra, Migrab Sara. Ito po yung munisipyo namin dito sa Abra. World 50 Lights. Probinsya ng Girl, Sara, Kapsat. Ito yung munisipyo ng Bangkod Abra. Munisipyo na Bangkod Abra. Ay, Sara. Yan yung munisipyo ng Abra. Maliit lang siya. Ang Abra po kasi ay 27 municipality po. 27 municipality. Ang katabi po ng munisipyo ng Abra ay ang Kapitolyo. Ayan yung Kapitolyo. Yung color gatas na yan. Kapitolyo yan. Magkapit lang sila. Yung representative ng Party List Solid North, yun po yung congresswoman namin dito. At itong asapan niya, Congressman Dick. Dito. Tawa silang tawa. Para silang congressman. Congressman ng Abra, yung isa, yung lalaki, yung babae naman, Party List Congresswoman ng Solid. Okay, thanks to me. Ayan po yung Kapitolyo. Kapitolyo. Laki ng Kapitolyo. Yan, Abra. Una pa sa yung budol ko sa. Nasa Abra. Ini support sana. Pinaupuan natin po. Mag-isang oras na rin ako. Maraming salamat sa inyo lahat sa nakatambay. At umalaw ng sabta. Maraming salamat. Maraming tapang. Number one ang ating direct. Number two ang ating third eye. Number three ang ating Lord Gabriel. Mami Pretty. Number five, Haksari. Mama Ina Cortina. Sa probinsya na Lundi po number 8. Madam Bain, 18. Number 10. Number 11, Oscar. Number 12, Madam Marietta. Number 13, ang ating Yani 14, Catherine. D. Gabina 15, Ilocano Katulong 16, 17, Joel Di Guzman, Pedro Fidera, and Rosa Vicente. Maraming salamat po sa pagdalaw sa aking live stream. Update lang po kami sa ako para makita naman na active ka. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Nagkaya na po ako. Naka-isang oras na po. Bye-bye! God bless us all po. Maraming salamat.
Pagising YT, respect YT, tago sa CRYT ko tumutulog. Lagi na kasi nag-YT. Sige na, ano ba na ako lagi ko na kumita.
Wala siyang wire, kaya super nice, kahit hindi siya masakit dun sa under ng dugat.
Sir Jones. Jones. Sir Jones.
Tapos ay nagpo-continue sa akin. Kaya habang i-edit ka doon, napapalintunan.
Why make me so YT?
Ito yung susuotin ko, this is
No,
needed
no,
there sa
no,
body
no,
for
no.
shop.
Sa atin lang naman sa YT.
For today's tour,
Hindi tayo yung sana. Ano na yung Muslims? Ang sabi niya, authentic.
habang tumatagal pag-break sa marriage,
Sino ang Muslims ang authentic?
nang mabisi si Daddy
Sa
na
ano
day
yun
kasi
ko? Ano yun ko o si Sino de Aquarius ko?
prepare ng baon niya. Pero
Charles,
ending, siya pa rin
wala ko na sa mga
tapos
kita
iwan
ng
at pala
kapatid. Kung palis ka mga asal ko,
may kakainin.
yun na, nakawala na ang
Naman
tapos.
ng ama na yung
And then, ang gusto ko dito sa YT is marami kang mamimit na mga parents. Pero, nag-excited si YT kasi minsan, excited na ano ba, answers. Ito yung naman siguro. Yung mga ko ako lang yung sa ibang sila ikala. Diba? Black Arab din sa kapalo, isa ko nila. Ganito sa ganito sa sa ako, ang name ko, ang totoong name ko. Ang totoong name ko is Hazel. Yeah. Pero ang Hazel ko is letter N, Hazel. Pero ang iba kasi nahirapan mag-ano pa. Kasi sabi na, oy, Muslim ka dahil kasi Nazel ang ano nila sa akin. Ang itatawag nila sa akin. Hindi, ang pronunciation doon is Nazel. Same as, schedule, okay, I will give you blue. Hindi naman wala yung partial determination dark. Kaya nga, sir, doon. Yun na lang, tapos sako na lang po, diba? Think is on flex, the others would say this either. The everything give you blue, black wallet, aka, thank you so much. Ay, ang ganda naman. Oh, thank you so much, sis authentic. Ako hindi na magandang sa name ko kasi 5 letters lang. Kasi dati talaga, Hazel naman. Hindi, ang name ko talaga, ang real name ko talaga sana, sis authentic is Hazel and Lee. Tapos, may kamali doon sa kasi yung auntie ko ang sa ng tata ko na nag-register doon sa sa munisipyo, ang ganang kamali. Naging Hazel. Tapos sa spelling ng letter H, naging N. Pero kung Hazel na talaga yun na talaga sinusunod ko. Tapos sa classmate ko dati, tapos pagtawag ng teacher ko, pagtawag mo sa akin, Muslim ba to? Anong pag-pronounce ito? Nazel? Ayun, Nazel? No, not Nazel. My pronunciation is Nazel. Konti lang, 5 letters lang ang name ko. Salamat sa authentic. Kaya yun, huwag na magpunta ako parang di ba? 10 minutes na doon na lang ako. Bilis na yung oras mo. 16 na dito. Tama ang Alexis. Paano ko tita mo? Kaya nga sinabihin ko yung tita ko na nandun na siya sa Mandawi din. Sabi ko, pero sayang, ang ganda pa sana ng menu ko kasi may email. Nagustuhan din, sabi ko, baka ang ganda sana ng menu kasi may talagang pinangalan ng menu. Tapos yung experience sana ng Hazel sana authentic is H-E-I-Z-E-L, hindi yung H-A-Z-E-L. H-E-I sana siya. O diba, ang laki ng pagkamali. Pero ako lang yun, at least, hindi rin ako nahirapan, hindi ko works yung at the same person. Hindi ko at least, kahit ano lang, the letters lang. Thank you, host. You're welcome, Black Wallet. Ayun. Okay naman yung music, ganda naman. Oh, salamat sir, ano lang, parang, okay na lang, parang ano ko na rin siya, tanggap ko na yung name ko niya. Kasi yun talaga sa NSO, yun yung susundin ba. Kaya, nag-ano ako, nung elementary ako, ang sinusulat ko talaga is yung letter H na H-E-I. And then, nung nag-grade 3 na ako, pinalitan na yun kasi sabi ng teacher ko, magkakaproblema daw. In the future, pag pinagpapalitan yung ano ko. So, yun, palitan na. And then, yun ang ginagamit ko. GPL, thank you GPL, thanks for coming. Thanks, GPL, thank you so much. For everything that you supported. Yeah, Black Wallace, Ecoscenter, thank you so much. Malapit na rin ko mag-end kasi yung nakakakailangan ko is dito na siya sa info. Kumusta sa GPL? Salamat. Ako na malakitan ko kasi kasi ito. Look of your tingnan sa gusto mo gusto. Talaga, look of your sino? Lalo lang mo ng alias na to. Tapos ko mo. Zero minus at traveler of just community first. At then your first of creating ang sabi. Wow, talaga. Salamat sa ating ni. Sabi pala ako orkest. Tapos yung Arabic Roads, attender or graceful. Wow. Meron din. Pagkakita ko yun. At go, ang sabi sa ating. Wala. May ano din. Sa Hansel Biscuit. Malapit yung mga Hansel. Minsan mo, sabi ako, Mazoy, ayaw Mazoy. Ay, Mazoy. Pero minsan naiinis ko dyan sa pangalan ko kasi minsan pag pinag-joke ako ng mga ano ko pa dati. Ang yung nasal cavity pala. Nasal cavity. Ano nasal cavity? Diba, nasal yun. N-A-S-A-L. Ang pakabantas. Props na nagtawag ng cellphone ang sabi ng benefit. Wala kayo sa name ko, Abraham. Uy, talaga, Jazz, Abraham ka? Uy, ganda kayo ng Abraham. Ano yun sa Bible? Ano yun? Diba? Abraham. Maganda na naman yung Abraham. Theo, Matthew, tapos Anthony. Gusto ko yung mga Anthony na mga name. Anthony. Diba? Authentic. Ikaw sis authentic. Ano name mo sis? Zebra Channel, thank you. Pwede Aquarius. Napakabantot eh. Hope mo. Pero hindi masyado siyang hindi masyado siyang kumulma. Wala kayo sa lola ko. Ang mga lola ko is Toribia. Abraham, maganda rin yan sa Bible at sa Quran. Oh, maganda talaga Abraham. Maganda yan siya. Tonsel. 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 Magiging tonsel. Tonsel ang ipis. Camille Nicos. Ay, wow. Ang ganda ng name. Camille. Wow, ang ganda ng name sis. Kasi nauso si Camille Plat sa pinanganak ako no. Pinanganak ako lang. Ano sis, authentic, ang gusto ko talaga sa name ko is Nicole. Gusto ko talaga yung mga Nicole na name. Kaya sabi ko nga kung pwede lang palitan yung name ko, magiging Nicole ako kasi dati pa sabi ko, gusto ko yung name ko Nicole. Hi Nicole, gusto ko yung ganun. Diba? Yes, babaero ko pag naman. Bakit ka? Hindi naman siguro. Yes, kasi nasa kami ko. Sabi, lakas na kami naman. Ganyan ang kami. Yung sa, pero modern, diba? Lakas na. Kami, mga Natalie, gusto ko yung mga Natalie, and, diba yun? Mga Nicole, gusto ko yun. Pilinira lang na ko. Sabi ko, totoo tuloy si Sandon. O diba? At least nakakaroon tayo dito na kailangan natin. Nice to meet you, Jess Abraham. Ay, ka mo name. Abraham, tapos Patricio, Anthony, Rose, Camille. Diba? Lady Aquarius. Ikaw, Lady. Ano mo yung Lady? Sis Jo, andyan ka ba, Sis Jo? Yes, sa Bible. Babaero si Abraham. Moses, mga ganyan na. Ano pa ba yung maling sa Bible? Procorpio. Ay, may R pala sa'yo. Procorpio. Maganda hindi yung Procopio. Procorpio. Wow. Ito tayo kasi sa ano namin sa neighbor namin is Procopio siya. Dalawa asawa, maraming concubine. Ano bang pagka-spell, ano bang pagka-pronounce? Concubine or concubine? ano sa English kasi Hazel eh, parang ewan na ano na sa English. Oo nga pala, concubine. Concubine ba yan? Concubine. Concubine pala siya. Ay, oo nga. Bakit ang name ko sis? Kasi nung bata pa ako sa kitid ako patagdag na name ko. Ganun. Ano ba yung name mo? If you don't mind, Lady Aquarius. Ano pa kayo mga gandang name? Mga Natalie. Yun, gusto ko rin yung Natalie. Ikaw, Lady, ano name mo? Sabi ni sis authentic. And then, kaya mga kong guys, basta ko naman ito si Joel. Okay lang, Joel, pakikang. Napayo ko talaga papakikang ang name ko. Na, wag na talaga. Papalitan ko yung name ko, bakit makikang? Wag na sis, sabi ni Lady. Sige, okay na, sis, wag ka stay tayo lang dito, sis. Diba? O diba, nagkakaanhan tayo. Wala, mag-1 hour na po. Nagkakaanhan ko. Thank you so much sa inyo, guys. Ganyan. Panyan at diba? And, maganda rin yung Jacqueline, mga name. Gusto ko yung mga princess, lady princess. Madali ba? Maganda naman. Sinong nakita ang sabi ni Joanna? Pakikans. Thank you so much sa inyo ha. Just authentic, thank you talaga. Kailangan ko na magpaalam guys sa inyo. Para sa siya. Thank you so much. This authentic matter sa sa magagandang words mo. Sir Bong, thank you so much. And Chas, salamat. Lady Aquarius, ito. Tinibamits, thank you so much. And kay Eferson Lord, thank you sa lahat guys. And bye-bye. Thank you guys. Pasalamat. Authentic, Sebastian Medals, Chas, thank you. Discipline, thank you. Dahil, ulihin ko sa kaya, Aquarius, thank you. Tawan Kabok, Isipio, Samiras, Katlen, Naida, Zomplex, Witches, Sibong, thank you sa inyo. Sus, ilang natin ka sa inyo guys. At ako'y nag-out na pa din alito ng sinita. Bye-bye. Thank you sa ulit po. Bye. Hello, si Kurt Anjan. Pasensya na. Bye-bye.
Sana all.
That is 24 hours before comment. How can you do that? You cannot go to your channel because it's 24 hours before before they comment. Okay, George Tani. JTV official, thank you so much. Ay, Maripasa, saglit lang. Balik ako dito. Nasa ano kasi ako saglit lang. Nandito kasi ako sa Nakapi, may premiere. Nag-jacket ang jacket yan. Ayan na, may jacket kayo, Mariposa. Med Talk, shout out. Jane official, thank you so much. Nasa premiere kasi kami, nasa premiere. Sige, puntahan na kita dyan. Med Talk OTW. Charge, shout out, Charge. Med Talk OTW, Med Talk. Nasa ano kasi kami, premiere. Nandito ako sa 20 hours ago. Bisaya, disco, non-stop. Med Talk, playing Med Talk. Biharang ka Med Talk. Nasa harap ako Med Talk. Jane, saglit Jane. Ma'am Tess, dala po ako sa anim. Sa pang-anim mo, dala po, Ma'am Tess. Punta sa pagpunta sa car. Really, Angel, shout out. Thank you so much. Jane, punta kita, Jane. Palipasa, may jacket ka rin dyan, Noy. Jane, puntahan kita ulit, Jane. Dito ako sa video mo, Jane. Kailan lang natin ang inisang kulay. 22 hours ago. Jane, playing ako, Jane. Really, Angel, super duper shout out. Jane, playing ako dito, Jane. Jane, playing ka, Jane. Wala ka na ano dyan, ha? Tawag dito. Yung pinakampukta na Nesper, Lolita Gulay, stop ko siya dito. Kaya nagpakas po sa latest short video niya. Sige, sige. Puntahan kita, Mariposa. Ang latest video mo? Title. Sandali mamaya ako napuntahan kasi nasa premiere ako. Teka, puntahan ko nga sa bigla, ha? Okay, who's this? Jasani, kanya video, Jasani. Puntahan ko na. Ano ba nun? Saglit lang, ha? Sa latest short video. Nagbakas ba kayo doon? Ano yung bakos? Bakos po ba yan o yung ano? Ay, yung ano? Please wait, stop mo. Sige, tignan ko dito, ha? Anong pangalan? For sure ba? Anong pangalan niya? Lolita Gulay? Ano po, dito po ba sa short video? Ito na, nakita ko na po. Hindi naman po naka-hide. Saglit niya sa ibang chance. Sa ibang ano ko na lang puntahan. Hindi ko makita rito may pwede po ba hindi ko makita kayo dito sa ano? Hindi ka naman naka-hide dito eh. Ito Lolita hindi naka-hide. Sige, lagyan ko ng jacket ha. Kaya may jacket na, try mo ipasok dito. May jacket na, try mo ipasok dito. Lolita. Sige Lolita, may jacket na, may jacket na. Pretty Angel. Crazy May, shout out. Nandito kami sa Premier Crazy May. Try mo ipasok dito para madya ano. Puntahan kita. Sino to? Si mom and family. 4 days ago. Sweetie Bits, praying ako ha. Iba nga hindi yung channel ko to, Sweetie Bits. May salamat. Hindi yung channel ko to.
Minsan lang sila bata. Sulitin kita, Shaki. Connection to everyone. Sabi ni Ate Ben, hindi ko lang sabi. Kasi ka na Ate Ben, thank you so much. Salamat. Hey Ryan, how are you? I'm good. Oh, you're good. Me, I'm not good today. I'm so disappointed today. I'm not feeling well. I'm very disappointed. Sis, good morning, sis. Sis, hello. Salamat siya. Salamat. Oh, I just kept it in myself, Ryan. It's okay for me. Really.
Sana all.
Salamat sa inyo. Salamat. Puntahan ko kayo. Pag-private guys. Dito naman sila message ay kanyang title, mabuti na mag-isa para para wala laging stress. Like, salamat po. I subscribe to you and sabi ni Ryan Blair. Thank you, Ryan Blair, for being so friendly to my friends. You can subscribe to them, Ryan. Yeah. Isa ko, sakit lang. Mag-play ko kayo, guys. Sis, dito lang muna kasi busy pa. Tapos alis ako na. Sis, dito lang problema sis ay Wait, hapon ba sis ay nag-end ko pala si Sir John Lee. Dito lang tingin ko na iwan ako. Nag-end na pala siya. Dawan sila nito na pag-play ko kayo guys. Sila tayo G. Tayo G. Ito sa, hindi ko na ipakita ko tayo G ha. Kasi play ko na ito iba mong feeds. Dito tayo sa mahabang B-Boys Highlights Semi-Final Basketball na tayo G. 1 month ago kasi mahaba siya. About mambutin. Ayan. Ako, nilabas ko ng ko ba, naman ang loob ko ngayon. Pero hindi ko sasabihin ko ano yung sama ng loob ko kasi ayun, pagkakapak ako. Ano bang? Labas ko lang kasi mahirap na lalanat ng tinaramdam tayo kasi hindi natin nailabas, di ba? So, kailangan natin kailangan tayo stop lang tayo sa ganyan basta and salamat sa Philippines. Okay, this is just things. To be friendly, sabi nila kayo. Say thanks to Lord, salamat. Yes, sister ko. Thanks, salamat, salamat, Ryan. Thank you so much, Ryan. Salamat naman. Salamat kayo mga nalabas. Sino kayo nalabas si Tita? Ano kasi, mainit dito sa GL. Hindi pa. Good yun, everyone. Ang outlaw 6, bisag pa. Tapos alis ako kung Tepalo. Sige, thank you. Basta lang yan. Hindi ka lang, hindi ko kasi mahirap na. At tatay Jay, dito ko ngayon sa Vietnam and sa isla. Ano natin si Ate Bell. Ate Bell. Hi, Marietta, said by Ryan Bear. Ryan, you can connect to the Ryan, to my friends, by some boy, Marietta Sanchez, what's this, her original channel is Marietta Go. Just type Marietta Go. Ryan. His very supportive sis. Yeah. Punta natin si Ate Bel. Ate Bel. Kaya gabi kasi tinambayan ko si Dawin. Tapos si Jazz. Tapos si Sir Samboy. Tapos bilang sila na tinambayan ko. Pwede na iiwan sa ulit. Pwede na iiwan sa ulit. Yun din Sir Samboy. Sabi ng sis na yun. Sis, ay hindi talaga ako sa horizontal. Lagi pa vertical na red ko. Ba't kaya ganun? Si Dawin din talaga vertical. Mabilis na naman muna yung galit ko pag nagkagalit. Pag may disappointed ako. Pag once na ilabas ko lang, iyak ko lang siya, mawala na. Hindi naman ako nag-grudge talaga. Hindi ko na nag-grudge. Hindi natin si Ate Bel. Pero, sana na Ate Bel ha. Ate Justin A.M. Dalawang cellphone ang sport ko ngayon dahil yung isa is may tinambay ako. Ito ako sa ano mo Ate Bel, sa mga kami patungo hanggang sa trabaho Ate Bel. Hanggang sa pwede sa smart Ate Bel. Alam mo Ate Bel, may kamukha pa yung mayor ng Alegria Ate Bel. Sino ko yun, ang ginawa mo. Ang very matulungan. Diba? Kamukha ko siya Ate Bel. Ang ganda. Normally, maano ka pa ka din sa Samboy. Kasi, sis, umakas ko listed talaga kasi walang harang. Pinag-reply ko siya dami out. Talaga? Ano ba yun? Sis, always click directed. Yung rotate na yun kasi walang harang. Pinag-reply ko siya dami out. Napapansin ko sis ay pag-vertical ang live, pag pinag-reply ko ang daming harang kasi kagabi, nag-chika-chika kami na bibilags. Sabi ni bibilags, sis, dahil ang tagal ng harang mo, ang haba talaga promise. Sabi niya, ang haba ng harang ko sa vertical. Kaya sabi ko, ano ba, napag-vertical, pag nire-replay, ang haba ng harang, as ang daming harang talaga sis. Yung kasi sinabi ni Baby Legs, tapos sabi ni yung baby na, maganda, nagustuhan din niya ang vertical sis, kasi ang harang niya is, ang tagalan, tagal talaga siya nitapos. Kapag di ano doon, ilawan, ang haba ng harang niya. Sige sis, out ang nagtipon sila alis ako. Sige sis, ako din mamaya, ano ko lang kayo, silent ko ito pagdating ang amo ko. Tapos ako, ano lang ako, salamat Esta, kahit na alam kong pigado mo sa oras ko to kasi parating yung amo ko, kasi bababa na yun. Kulang ako kasi gusto ko lang ilabas ba yung pagka-disappointed ko ba. Pero hindi ako nag-wild dahil hindi ako ganun. Gusto ko lang ano ba, na ma-express ko na yung nakausap ako, gano'n. Hindi ka pinayagan kasi sa life mo. Pinayagan naman ako, kaso, lagi ko nakakalimutan. Tapos pag-click ko, wala na, ano na siya, na vertical na sa Samboy. Lagi ko nakakalimutan. Ganito on, sabi ni Esa, hi Esa, shout out, thank you so much Esa. I'm going to get my breakfast and back soon. Eat well, Ryan Blair, and take your time. Thank you so much for coming. Sis, before ko mag-iyak, ay, oo, yung matungtip pala sa phone. Correct yan, asa may dawan. Oo, di ba dawan? Pansin ko rin sa yung dahil yung harang. Ang dawan, pasensya na, marami dawan ha. Pasensya talaga, pasensya ka na. Alam mo na yun. Sis Jo, nakuha mo yung WhatsApp ko kasi i-delete ko sa shorts mo. Dalawang comment ko na sa'yo, yung WhatsApp ko, binaba ko sa shorts mo. I-delete ko yun. Nakuha mo na sis? Te Erma, gandang hapon to. Te Erma, salamat. What happened sis? Wala lang sis, ano lang sis, Disappointed lang ako, sis. Pero salamat na marami. Just blast. Kung di ko na-turn, sis, wala medyo talaga. Authentic. Andun lang ko sa ano ko kanina. Nakikinig lang. Sila Tita Marie, Fairy, Donna. And then, napakaganda ng banding nyo ng family. Tapos, sini. Kung hindi mo sana ino-filter kayo lang. Kasi kinuod mo kasi adik ka pa sa panonood. Yes, wala kong video kasi, sis, authentic, yung ano ko, pagkabaan ng babae. Justin, si Jo, sis Jo, nakuha mo na yung ano ko, sis Jo. Hello po, sis Jo. At sabi ng authentic, just last, wait, tignan mo doon, nag-comment ako kagabi pa, yung di ba nasabi ko, nagsabi ka, sis, meron na, tapos nag-reply ako sa'yo doon. Para, ikaw na lang mag-remove, sis, ha, salamat. I-remove ko na lang yung ano ko doon, sis, yung comment ko, kasi may meron ko yun, baka, ano ba, alam mo na. Just last, thanks, okay lang, God, salamat doon sa, ano mo, sa pag-intindi mo, thank you so much, Luwan. Ang out lang si salamat sis Marieta, sis ay, ang out lang ito sis Pete, salamat sis ay, wait lang, check ko sis, huwag mo muna burahin. Ikaw na lang magbura, i-remove mo na lang yung pagkatapos kung nakuha sis Jo, para ma-chat kita, tapos pakilala ka. Salamat. Bakit ka disappointed sis? Wala sis, may ano lang, something, dumating na mga, ano lang sa life natin, may mga ganun ganun. Tapos kailangan kong kailangan kong may makausap para hindi ako heart attack, kasi mahirap pa. Pag ilihim natin yung nararamdaman natin sa deep inside, magkakasakit tayo niya ng heart. Para dili sayang mapasok ng kapitbahay ko pag horizontal. Sige, sige, Sir Samboy. Promise, hindi ko na yan. Hindi ko nakakalimutan talaga. Lagi ko kasi, parang nagmamadali ako mag-live, kasi nakalimutan ko. Thanks, Sir Samboy. Okay, sis, salamat, sis Jo. JL support, thank you. Nagkabog, salamat. The Irma, tambay lang ko dahil salamat. Tamsak dahil salamat siya ang support again. Tatay Chi, malapit na ko sa ano, Tatay Chi. Sis, pasok ko lang ito yung ating alis sa siya. Salamat, sis ay... Tapos na yung movie, sis, authentic. Hindi pa ba yung tangkang ko? Hindi pa sa ano, sa... sa... Literally, Jazz, Azazel, Sweet Maila, Sweet, Hi Orphan, sabi ng nature, Mag-sweet ko ka, sabi ng Mrs. Ayin, Masiglang sakit, ang sabi ng Sweet Salamat, Sweet, Just Blast, Magkakasabing na, magkakasabing na, sis authentic, matutulog ka na. Salamat sis authentic. Ang ganda ng ano niyo kanina, parang maganda yung pinanood niyo, horror din kanina sis niya. Kasi narinig ko yung ano nasa loob na ng sinihan. Kaya na-shout out Miss Ay, ang sabi ni Dawan, Chelsea, tapos just good yun, ang sabi ni Sis Ay, just plus, kaway-kaway. Wala ka po Sis Ay, ang sabi ni Sweet. Asasel, hello there, hello sa iyo Asasel. Hello everyone, ang sabi ni Jersey. Sis, baba lang ito, alam ko kasi, sige, sige sis. Enjoy, sis, take your time sis. Sweet Myla, sis, ang sabi ni Jersey. JL support. Wait lang, ano natin sa JL support para may jacket. Ayan, JL support, thanks. Pag-uwi, may napinag ka na. Sabi ni si, sige, Spider-Man si Sarah. Spider-Man pala. Lagi kong ini-ignore dito sa Netflix na Spider-Man. Or sa movie box. Yan, maganda pala yun. Salamat sa 70. Hindi ka lang shoutout ni Sweet Myla, ang sabi ni Sis Nature Z, ang sabi ni Sweet. Sis Kabukiyahu, ang sabi ni Sweet. Sir Samore, ang sabi ni Sweet. Azazel, thanks Azazel. How are you Azazel? Sir Kabuk pala, yung babae katuloy, ang sabi ni Sweet. You're a wizard, Harry Moon. Thanks Azazel. One Kabuk brother, sabi ni Nature Z. Haha, ang sabi ni Azazel. Si Ripay, Ano to? Siripay ni Crazy Me. Kaway-kaway. Hello, Siripay. Ni Crazy Me. Ma'am Sweet, ang sabi ni Zamboy. Madam Sweet, ang sabi ni Papa Marvin. I'm doing fine. I'm just being goofy. Oh, thank you so much, Azazel. What time in your country there? You have breakfast or you're going to bed? Siripay ni Crazy. Tama yung title. Siripay ni Crazy. Sino kayo kasi Siripay? Tatay G, dahil na tayo sa ano ngayon, nasunod ko rin sino ba si Just pala yung next na. Salamat Tatay G, Just Plus. Natawag ko si Shanti Rose, ano si Ripay, ano yung may mo si Ripay, welcome ang sabi niya sa cell. Sweet Naila, ang sabi ni Dawan. Pag bigla ako mag-mute guys, meaning lang, is tumating yung amo ng babae ha. Kaya na lang, kapag bigla ang mute. Yes, sis, kung naalis na ako hangout na. Nandito ako just, ano ba yung video mo just, ito, natisting ka, magbulabog sa kapitbahay mo. And then, display ads just, tapos, na-comment na ito lang ano. Ayan, yan ang mga just. Sis, tulog na niya, iwan ko na lang ito dito. Oh, saan ba ito sis authentic? Sige sis authentic, take your time, tulog ka na po. And good night sis authentic. It's 3:56 in the morning. Wow, good morning to Azazel. Morning na pala sa kanila. And kasi nag-live shout out, dapat ka official ang sabi niya, may naman kakahanap sa posisyon. Basta sili ka ako para hindi ako maabutan charot ang sabi ni Sweet. Buti nga kayo, napaka-sweet niyo eh, napaka-ganda ng ano niyo, ng relationship niyo Sweet. Azazel, are you drinking coffee or milk? Don't even drink coffee, my fingers slipped. Ang sabi ni Azazel, ha ha. Thanks, Azazel. New Jersey, how are you, New Jersey? How's your life there? You are, what's this? You're happy today, or what's your food today, New Jersey? Salamat sa matangsak, guys. Agoy, ha ha ha. Ang sabi ni Agoy. Pangmalakasan, tingnan ka na meron. Pangmalakasan, pinakamatulog pang bumpa. Ganda dito just sis ay later, sis ay kasi ano, pasok ako. Ano ba naman ako ngayon? Kasi I'm drinking milk, but I want to drink orange juice. Wow, you want orange juice? Me, when I choose drinking milk and orange juice, I would choose milk. Parang kasi kami makulit at lagi nakatawag. Kasi kami nakatawag ng ito ng kulit lang. Ayun, ito na yun. Yan.
hostility. Two peoples with a different story to tell, Palestinians and Israelis, each fortified in its own memories, each with its own images. How important are the photos to survival of one story? How do they determine when to remember? Everyone's taking photos. 60 years ago, few to witness and take photos of the Battle of Jerusalem. 5 days after the foundation of the State of Israel in 1948, the battle for the Jewish quarter escalated. Outside the walls, the Israelis had the upper hand. Within the walls, the Israelis were fighting large Jordanian forces. The battle lasted 10 days and nights, with heavy Jordanian artillery fire. The Israelis surrendered, and the old city passed into the hands of the Jordanians. In 1967, there was another battle, and today the old city is under Israeli rule. The early photographs of the battle, published in 1948, were by war photographer John Phillips. He documented the Israeli defeat in the old city, stage, right up to the evacuation of 3,000 Jewish residents to the Israeli zone of Jerusalem. At the same time, tens of thousands of Palestinians living outside the walls became refugees. Each side with its losses, its death.
So there's limiting
Phillips photographs of Palestinians looting Jewish property.
something that I don't know, sparks with it. And every good with good for you, thank you so much for putting up. I'm going to be committed and speaking of big head. Thanks, Isabel, for making me smile all the time. Filipina, sa Pilipinas. As I said, brown face. Dami ko lang dito Mr. Exercise. Salamat doon. Why is there a cloud on my television? Oh no, it's your mom. McDonald's commercial. Sabi na sa, oh, I just want to get this one. She's like, nakikita ako kasi sa shelter. Hindi mo nakita kasi nag-reply ako sis na sabi mo, sis mo na. Tapos sabi ko, ito sis. Yan sa ano kayo, parang nag-day off kayo, parang nag-day off kayo, hindi pala short yun, parang video. Nandoon sis Jo. Kasi ano ko na lang dito sis Jo, para makita mo, tapos i-delete ko. Ha? Sis Jo? Comment mo ulit. Sige, i-comment ko na lang. Naka-play pa kasi ang ano ko, naka-play pa ang... Ay, hindi. Sabihin ko na lang, tapos i-ano mo, isulat mo. Naka-play pa kasi ako Ate Bel. Hello, Jan. Hello, Jan. Thank you so much. Sabihin, Jan. Thank you, sabihin. Salamat sa pagpunta sa doon. Dito sa Lakdansang, salamat kung makaiwayan. Therefore, natin siya yung sa milk or sa coffee. Okay. I-ano ko, i-dikta ko, sis Jo. Phil Jan, tambay lang. GL, tambay lang. Salamat. I-ano ko po ka na. Okay po, thank you. Thank you so much. Tambay lang, tambay lang. Yung job lang, sabit lang yung tingnan ko. Ang support ko din sa kanila. I love hotdog. Hotdog. And then, type na is this. Sige, i-type ko. Sige. Ito. Ayan sis. Yan sis. Tapos sabi ka ko naka-SS na. Inulit ko. SS mo na? Ang hot shower ang sabi mo yun there. SS mo na sis?
John Phillips kept taking photos even after the Jewish quarter capitulated. He managed to get the images outside the mill.
Wow, ni Ryan, okay copy. Salamat sis na ano ko na, retracted ko na sis. Sige sis, para pag ano ko, ano tayo doon. Kasi ang support, kasi hindi ako masyadong active sa Messenger at sa Facebook. Hindi na ako nag-ano sa Facebook. Deactivated na yung Facebook, ano ko, Messenger na lang sa, ano, sa Facebook. Kasi hindi ako masyadong, ano doon ba, active. Ano lang, WhatsApp lang talaga ako active at sa quality. Para pag mag-day off ka, tapos mag-day off ako, di ba, kita-kits tayo. They also support, thank you, Joe, salamat. I'm single, if anyone interested, ang sabi nila then you can connect to them na yan. To my friends, you can connect to Joe, to GM, Benny, Maria Tago, Just Glass, sino pa dyan na iba? Na Dawan, Nilanhat sa life, you can connect to them. Kaya talaga natin yung mukha ni Ma'am Fern. And then, single daw si Anong si Marian. Sabi single. Tapos ano pa si Joe. Ito yung very joke ko naman. Okay, thank you. Dahil kasi sa ano, sa WhatsApp is ang bilis ko makareply kasi yung main na yun talaga yun ang main na contact ko sa mga ano ko, family ko, sa mga amo ko. Tapos yung messenger kasi is nasa isang phone ko, hindi ko masyado late ko na mga bakuro gabi ko nakapasa. Kasi hindi siya yung main na inanuhan ko dito sa ano ko, yung messenger ko. Salamat sa rin ni mga pinapaya sa susunod-sunod ko na thanks sa mga
By looking at the year that most changed the lives of Israelis and Palestinians, 1948, it becomes possible to understand the forces that drive this conflict.
Kamusta kayo dyan guys? Mabuhay buhay natin dyan.
For Israelis,
Is anyone
1948 was
single?
a year of
Yeah, you can ask
the
them
terrible
Ryan.
injustices Jews face throughout the world would finally come to an end
You
with
can
the
ask
realization
them.
of their long sought after solution, a Jewish state in Palestine. For Palestinians, 1948 was a
Salamat sis Joe.
that one year
Charles,
saw the
thank you.
destruction of hundreds of
And sa
Palestinian villages
GM.
and towns. Their inhabitants
Naghahanap ng
replaced
single
by
daw si Ryan.
outlets
Oh.
from Europe and Russia. And most Palestinians would never see their home again.
Si Ryan, ulit. Sis Authentic. Tulog na si Sis Authentic. Ang bait kayo ni Sis Authentic mother guys. Hindi na rin mag-connect kayo ni Sis Authentic guys.
Stereotypes of Jewish movement called for boycotting Jewish businesses. In many places, Jews were not allowed to attend universities, were forced to live in certain neighborhoods, and were prevented from entering roles in government. In other places, whole towns would rise up against the
Lord,
Jewish
we should
population,
move to
and
Northern
attack them en
Ireland.
masse,
Oh, really?
resulting in looting,
I would love to,
rape,
Ryan.
and massacre.
If only I can.
Jews began to
I'd
look for a
love
way
to.
to end their suffering.
Because, you
Some
know,
came up with the idea to bring all of the Jewish
cold
people out of Europe
places,
and settle in a place
dark
where
and
they could
cold,
finally
it's my fear.
the place they chose at the end of the 19th century became known as Zionism.
And I hope, Ryan, I could move to that place. Maybe in my dreams, I can move easily. The people won't make you work, really. No? Minsan yung, kasi mag-Arabic sin. Ang, guys, Arabic ko lang minsan. Lalo sa Arabic ko. Iba yung diction ng mga English na mga kasi lalo Arabic na narinig. Kanya sa pasensya. But I love to work there, Ryan Blair. I love to work there. What's that? Which is, yung saglit sa sabi niya. Sabi natin dito sa doon. Tapos mag-survey ni, ano ko, kasi naka-charge kasi ito siya. Tumating ang delivery ng yero para sa bubong at nasa set up ko na rin. 6 days ago survey ni, iwan ko na baka sa display ads. Ano ba display ads? Ako kasi si Zonzet. It's become me to it's just my it's my this is the work with financial assistance. Medyo hindi siya nakawat, may jacket ka niya siya. Nahirapan ako sa kalisod niya. So really playing ako, alam mo ito, maikog bitaw ko guys nga na ipagkulat pa. So, uy, sis Ansky ko pa siya. Kayo salamat sis Ansky. I really enjoyed last night with Olive, Ma'am Olive, Ma'am Olive. I really enjoyed ang kanta-kantahan nila. Ang ganda, promise. Nandun kasi ako sa live ni Ma'am Olive kagabi. Tapos kinikilig-kilig ko. Siyempre, salamat Ansky. Hi Ansky. Sabi niya Ryan, yes. Tagal na kayo makakilala ng Ansky na. Siyempre, salamat sis Ans. Ryan, hi. Harang sa gitna, Sir Benny. Ang galing na talaga sila Bernie. Basta ang ganda ng mga boses nila, husky voice. Ang ganda. Learning from Ansky, ang sabi ni, Ryan there. Taga saan ka lang sis?
Where there was going to be a Jewish majority, necessarily required the large scale.
Philippines, ang sabi ni Ansky. She's from Philippines, Ryan. Lagi ko inanuhan yung tinatambayan yan si Ma'am Olive, kasi nga, kung gusto ko yung mga kantahan nila doon na ko na-entertain ako. Kasi sa gabi minsan, yun na lagi ko pinapakinggan. Yes, at scared they were class, sabi niya, ako yung talaga yung sisisi. Kaya tawag sa amin sa tintik niya is galit. Pero ano yan, supportive yan. Galit ko naman sa Sir Benny, ganda ng yun. Sariling negosyo mo to, sir? YouTube only. Okay. YouTube only, Ryan, ang sabi ni Ansky. Ang ganda ng i-atid sa Germany. Iba talaga yung ng Germany, yung bahay nila. Masasabi mo talaga na ibang bansa ba? Kasi sa Pinas, iba din yung style. Tapos sa mga foreign countries like Germany, sa Amerika, iba din yung nila. Kasi yung hindi sila nagagamit ng hollow block. Gamit nila is yung parang bricks. Ibang style. If ka marinig mo siya doon, takas ulan na, oo nga, umuulan nga ngayon sa north. Hindi yan sa akin ho sa kapatid ko. Wow! Pero at least sa mo lang, family circle mo lang, Sir Benny. Ang ganda na ganyan na negosyo, Sir Benny. Diba? Hindi kasi yan mabutok ba, negosyo. Tapos ang laki ng ng hasyenda niyo. What about your Ryan, where are you from? Sabi ni Ansky. Ryan, where are you from? Ate Bell yung dito niya.
The Haganah was far larger and better equipped.
Kapitbahay na kami ni Ate Bell sa Pinas.
The Irgun refused to accept the British decision to
Pag
restrict
siya na mayor sa amin, ang ganda ng mayor ng kamukha niya. Si Ma'am Vern. Nice to meet you here, ang sabi ni Ansky. I'm from Northern Ireland, ang sabi ni Ryan. Sipag mo, Sir Bern, pasok ko na. Sige, pasok mo sa Alexis Ansky. Thank you so much. Para matikitan ka na rin at sa ating tuloy. Dati gawin mo ng business ko rin sa bakit ka nag-stop, Sir Bern? Ganda kaya niyan. Mas maganda yan, magnegosyo sa Pinas. Mas malaki pa yung, sa totoo lang, mas malaki pa ang kita mo kung mag-self-business ka sa Pinas. Kasi diba? Kaya hindi ka nag-shoutout ang sabi ng opportunity vlog. Tito Jay, hindi ka nag-shoutout. Salamat.
it left 91 people dead, including
Thank you sa mga thumbs up, guys.
My mother came to us and she said, go on your knees and thank the Lord.
12:17, ano na dito sa amin, 12:17 p.m. Sa bansang Kuwait. Welcome back sa Kuwait, Tito Jay. Walang ano mo yan. Papa June.
by creating files on the hundreds of Arab villages and neighborhoods across Palestine.
We used to spy on the Arab villages around to prepare ourselves for the day which we knew was coming. When the British leave, and the fight will not be against the British, but the British in the arms. So we used to build a file of pictures and details about the villages so it can be attacked when it comes. And as in the days of 18, the next 17, I was already part of such an operation.
In 1947, the British gave up on trying to find a solution between the Zionist settlers and the native population. Exhausted, the British declared the At the UN, a committee decided that the best way forward was to split Palestine in two, giving one state to the Jews and the other to the Arabs. Jerusalem would become a separate entity administered by the UN. But in 1947, it still only represented one-third of Palestine's population and owned less than 7% of the land. The United Nations Partition Plan called for giving 56% of the country to the Jewish state. This proposal shocked the Arab community. Not only would the Jews receive over half of Palestine, but they were also receiving most of the land suitable for farming.
Nobody felt that this was a fair
Skill, damitan kita sa saan. Ski, I subscribe to you. Ang sabi ni Ryan there. Thanks, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Ang sabi ni Ann. Host Yahoo. Thanks, Ryan. Hi, using ko Ansky. Sabi ni Ryan. Kasi ang pamangkin ko, nag-start na siya sa business niya. Nakiusap siya sa akin. Kabayan ko na siya sa mga project. Ganda. Ganda yan. Gamit yung business. You are cute, Ansky. Ang sabi ni Ryan there.
But in the wake of the
Kaya yun, tinutulungan ko siya.
President Truman
Pwede na yun. Kalimutan ko. Meron ko dyan sa dito. And loading pages. This is salamat sa Anhasa Progressives. Records. Nag-nagsis kasi pati nila ko. Ano ko. Sister, hindi ako pinayagan umilit na sino. Siguro sa ano na lang sis. Susunod na. Ano na siguro sis. Ang skill na ito pinag-inig sa pinag Kung kapatid sa dalawa. Ikaw na ako sa para sa para sa ano yun, breakfast mo. Kasi nagsis, ano ulit mo sa nagsis? Ano ulit ka din yung sa sabi sa kanya, ulit ka din dito ko sis. 7 days ago sis. And sa kanya tayo sa ganito naman. Yung comment ko. Kasi hindi ako tinayagan. Ano sa nagagawin mo doon sis? Sige, I can see your comment. Ang sabi naman ko. Kasi malapit na daw pumunti. Hindi ko pa tayo. Tapos hindi ko na ako papayagan. Siguro ano. Medyo po, bisita namin sa kapatid ko. Dalag na tapos hindi magkatuloy sis. Isa ko yung pagkagan. Medyo Tor, hello Medyo Tor, kamusta? Kamusta ikaw? Hello Dart, sino si Medyo Tor? Day off mo daw, hindi hindi ko day off, still at work at ngayon. Nag-iinit ako ng toast sa amo ko. Huwag mo na ako i-play yung bisita ko na. Hindi, nag-update ako dito sis. Sige lang kasi inaano ko. Parang italait na ko ba? Kasi mahirap sis, nakakalimutan ko pag nagsasabi ako na pagkatapos ko ng live, nakakalimutan ko sino mo ulit yun. Punta sa live, ganyan ba? Kaya parang ano na, parang talait siya. Hindi ko alam sa Tagalog ko, yung talait na yun. Pinapalait siya. You can rest. Salamat sis. Salamat po dito. Ayun, still work. May time kaya na nag-live ka. Ano ba yung nasa labas ka? Alam mo lang yung parang nila. Dito to work. Sige ka. Dito to team explorer, team support. Salamat. Right, bakit ko yung teacher channel? Kaya lang po siya nakaiyak kasi ito pinabigyan to. Kaya lang po siya nakaiyak kasi naka-change na ako ng ganun tapos ulit ko naman. Pinagagawa ko sa galing dito sa ako, ito yung galing. I can feel you, sis I can feel you na walang feedback. Did you talk salamat, Trevor, and Pop? Wow, back again dito to. Nakakita nga ako sa inyo sa bed guys, para masabi ni YT na, asa na lang nag-live, para hindi kita makago o ano. Dahil, pakita kasi din. Kasi, ano daw yun, is hindi naman magpakita eh. Kasi dapat hindi magpakita guys. Kasi palapin daw yun, ano daw. Wow, ano nakaharang mo sis? Ano nakaharang mo sis? Intro. Sis Ellie, sa mga pilis sa everyday family. Kanila ko to siya. So, sige. Kita natin sa bed guys, mga siguro mga 5 minutes lang para kita yung hello guys. So, Gracia blocked me from her live. Oh, why she blocked you, Ryan? Coach, sa palo lang naman ako pupunta sa labas ng bahay. Dala namin mag-will ka ako. Makasabi si Sari. Denise, Reven, Tawan, Denise. And why Gracia blocked you, Ryan? Because maybe you're too collect, that is why. Right? I'll tell you later. Okay, you can tell in Donna's live. You won't tell me here in my live. Kaya pag-live ka horizontal para magpaharang din kami. Lagi ko kasi nakakalimutan. Tignan naman natin survey nila. Dami talagang harang ni survey. Pangatlo na to. Pangatlong metro. And then, another Juice Jazz. Malupit na Square Mix New Edition. And, yan, harang pa naman si Sai. Pero hindi ko ipapakita ha, kasi nga, may nagsabi na pag ipapakita daw yung harang is mas PR ka daw. Ganun. Kaya pag sabi, Masa tayo mo. Nice to meet you everyone. Ang sabi ni Ryan Blair, video tour. Natatawa na naman sa video tour. Maraming salamat tayo. Welcome, Sir Ben. Promise everyone yours won't tell her. Yep, I won't tell Gracia. I didn't go also to Gracia's live because sometimes I can't. Because sometimes Ryan, when she's on live, I am already asleep. That is why. Hirapan ang kalisod nitong ano sis. Uy, nahihirapan sa kalisod ang pag-English sis. Kaya, nice to meet everyone. Nasa Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Grabe si Sir Erwin. Napakasipag. I told her to, she watched. She said no. Then I said, she liked to speak. For Gracia Ryan, just don't take it seriously because you know Gracia is always joking to you. That is why, pasensya na sa English ko nalilisod, nawala ko uwi. Because Ryan said, black okay. Ay, sister na, thank you sister. Sister na, nahihirapan ko sa kalisod, ano sa English ko. Ibang ko. Yung Korean, Papa John, magkakatawa dyan, Papa John, nahihirapan ako sa kalisod. Yung Ryan, yun, sabi ni, kailangan talaga may tsaga sa gawain. Kaya nga, Sir Benny, yan, ingat-ingat ka dyan kasi napakadulas pa naman ng bubong. Tapos, hawak ka ng, alam mo yung parang, ganun ba? Hindi ko alam yun, parang electric na, ano ba yun? Hindi ko alam yan, kung anong tawag doon. Korea, dyan, sabi ni Papa John, very dyan ang word, Papa ingat lang yung kasis daw na, ingat lagi dyan. And, nandito si, authentic na si Donna. When you go live Korea, sabi ni Render, lagi nag-live si Donna. And, di ba? When you go live again, para mangungulit na naman daw si Ryan na sa mga live. Yes, okay ka lang. Kanina, talagang nag-ano ako, basta sis Donna, basta alam mo na, ano lang, parang, ano ba ako, pero nalabas ko naman. Ayoko kasi mag-iyak sa live oil, pero napapansin kasi sa boses ko, karal-karal ba? Yun ang pinaka-hate ko talaga na napaka-iyakin ko sa totoo lang. Pero iwasan ko na yung pag-iyak ka kasi ayokong sabihan ng iisipin ng iba na napaka-OA, ganyan. Ayoko lang katulad sa pinsan ko na nagkasakit sa puso kasi tinatago niya yung sakit na naramdaman niya, yung ganyan. Parang ginuong ito na, nililihim na lahat. So, dapat talaga ilabas mo para di magkasakit. Hello? Later with me. Hello? Okay, sis. I think pressure to it. Sabi ni Ryan. Kaya na naman si Pauline sis. Nag-uusap kasi sa akin ng kapatid ko na gawaan ko dahil buong ang kusina ng mga tao niya. Wow! Alam mo, ano na yan, ika-apat na harang na sa iyo, survey mo, ganda pag yung video mo kasi mahaba, ang dami yung bibigay ng YT na harang sa metro. Dami kaya, promise. Dagdag kang sa chiro, ang sabi ay anong kapatid. Sir JL, salamat po Sir JL, alam ko na yung profile mo na ganyan, ikaw Sir JL. Thank you. 16 yun nga, sabi ni Ryan Claire. Joe, thank you Joe. Nakuha mo na Joe? May skip. Alam mo yan, oy, ang umiyak. Pero ayaw ko umiyak dito sa live. Joe, kasi hindi natin alam isipin ng iba. So, kailangan natin yung parang pigilan, di ba? Ayaw iyo, may asa ko na Joe. Dili ang ginawa ka ng pag-web ko tapos ihilak pero ibalik mo pero magkaralito dito ng boses peaceful na. But dark is more cute. Oh really, Ryan? You. Nandiyan mo si Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. Towards ingat ka lang si sis. Opa, sis. Ayun siya sis ko na, yep, nag-message lang ako doon sis, nag-miss ko din. Ay, salamat. Tignan ko. Andito na yung ano na. Salamat sis Jo. Grabe survey niyo, malapit ka na sa survey. Sa pinaka-dulo survey. Sayang hindi ko kasi pwedeng ipakita na guys, kasi alam mo na, strict na daw sa dulo. Sa narinig ko lang na, bawal daw talaga ipakita yung kasi baka marius. Diba? Tapos alam niyo guys, ang challenge natin is grabe, pinaghirapan natin. Diba, nagla-live tayo, text time, yung oras, lugoy natin, antok, puyat, pagod, andyan lahat. Tapos in one blink, madidimoni lang. So, ayoko na ganun. Sana lolo. Yep, I'll keep dark. Well, thank you, Ryan. Opa, thank you so much. Thank you. Sino umiyak? Isa ko, sabi ni Project 89. Wala yan kanina, Sir Project 89. Ano lang, parang, basta ano lang yung part ng live. Kumbaga, sibuya sa live natin. Malapit na rin ako mag-end guys. Sayang yung 15 na nakatambay kasi kailangan yung amo ko kasi guys, kailangan pagpapit na sa water guys, kailangan tuloy-tuloy na. Pero habang nakita siya, natawag sa akin. Ako ko pa sa inyo, di ba? Entertain pa. I did my makeups for in before. Really, why did your makeups? Put it for sino sa kuya project iyakin sa ismo. Tayo na lang sis kayo maiyakin. Kasi sabi daw nila pag iyakin is yun yung malambot yung heart, ang bilis and then may tendency din na maganda yung iyakin para mapigilan yung sakit sa heart. Kasi pag lagi mong inoon, guys, pag inoon mo, magkakasakit din yan. Kaya ganun. GL, nagtagtag sa salamat sa GL. Thank you. Project Joe, ang sabi ni Project Itinahan. Ako pwede na inikap mo yung outfits. Oh my God. I can imagine that Ryan is very beautiful, right? It's very beautiful for you to know the makeup. But also, when you experience the lip cramp, it's very painful also because maybe for 2 days ago, I have lip cramps. And I almost cried. Yeah. I almost cried even in my work. I'm at work that time. We have visitors, lots of visitors coming. And I have that leg cramp because I have work, but after that, I took some shower, and then after that shower, it really hit me that one, that cramp. And kasi nahirapan ako sa English. Jane, Ma'am Jane, hello, Ma'am Jane. Okay, thank you so much for coming. And said hi, si Andres. Tamsak, salamat. Salamat sa piece of advice para sa ka napapawal ang mahina. Oo nga. Wala kayo ibang kalagay. Tama. Salamat Sir Project sa ano. Yun nga ako. Kasi ako nag-practice pa talaga. I'm coping some adjustments ko dito sa YT kasi ako pa, dati sa NIT na talaga ako lagi. Reels lang, ganyan. And then, iba din kasi sa meta, iba din dito sa YT. So, kailangan talaga natin, nag-a-adjust pa ako. Parang, inaano ko ba? Kumbaga, parang nag-train pa ako kung anong dapat gawin ko na mababash. Kailangan natin harapin hanggang mag-train tayo na mag-train hanggang makapalayo ako. Kasi dati talaga sa project, ayaw ko nakikita ko sa dito sa live. Mahina ko, ayaw ko kasi nahihiya ako ganyan. And then, ngayon, medyo may ko na improvement sa self ko na marunong na akong harap sa inyo, mag-engage mo ako sa minsan. Ganyan, parang in-train self ko ba na little by little na may natutunan ako sa yun. Diba? Salamat sa paalala, Sir Pache. Thank you so much. Very helpful yan sa akin. Advice. It was so we had to wait for 2 hours for our ambulance. Oh my God, Ryan. Always take care, huh? Ryan. Okay? So that next time, Sir Rennie, salamat Sir Rennie. Nilagyan natin si sino ba ang puntahan natin? Wait lang, guys. Hi, Jill. Asa ni Joe? Hi, Joe. Asa ni Ryan? Ikaw kami yung Francis Joe. Ang topic sa ito sa pag-accomplish ka dyan. Yan si Ryan. Kulit ka na sa Jill. Yung tatik ka. Salamat. Salamat sa Jill. Sis Rodman, salamat. Kung sis Rico. Thank you, sis Rico. And then, kaya na isa. Nakaplay sa iyo, guys. Sino ba ang subukin mo? Ay, si Dawan pala, si Dawan. Kailangan kita Dawan ha, sa isang sunod ng subukin mo. Dito ako sa, Alimango Krabi sa 2 days ago Dawan. Ibang bahay ang ginamit ko, like, and then, mag-heart mo na ko dito Dawan na yung ginamit ko. Search ko sa bayot kila na malapit ang cost. Kaya ako na nasumas ka talaga sa inconvenience. Sino pa yung kasi thank you. Search ko ilan phone mo. Ang phone ko is 5. Pero yung isa is may tinabayan ako na live. Yun, Swain, ang Jinji, thank you, ang marami talaga. Kaya, ang Jinji, tamshik, salamat si Swain. Salamat, search ko. Ito kasi masunod ko sa guys, pero ano ko na lang kayo talaga dito guys. Mga Jane, si ano pa nakatulong, si Sis Jo, and si Sir Joel, thank you sa inyong lahat guys. Thank you mga guys. So nalagyan ako, ano lang mga old food ko na hindi ko naman siya so nagparang kasi namin yung paglagoon na parang masya siya. Kaya, yung isa lang ko na naka-observe is medyo ilagay ko isa niya para sa para kasi hindi ko makita yung mga members kasi yung hindi ko maano tapos yung ano is gamit ko sa buhay. Kaya matapos sa study sorry. Kasi lahat ng isa thank you so much. Dito yung nag-speak thank you sa inyo lahat. Hindi sa lahat lahat. Thank you. Dito ko guys sa isang photo ko sa dito. Dito ginamit ko ng sa next time lang kasi sa natin sa next time na. So, yan. Sige na guys. Thank you so much sa inyo lahat guys. Dahil ako tinawag ko guys. And then, ako na lang kayo later. See you later. Ryan, thank you so much. Ma'am Jane, thank you. Jane. Sis Ai, salamat sa lahat. Sa lahat sa Dalia, Sis Joe. And Dawan, thank you sa inyo lahat guys. Na hindi ko naman. Sir Ben, still dito pa. Jazz, thank you ha. Bye. Sige na guys kasi. Bye.
often romanticized in the late 60s and 70s. The destination is seaside tourism and cosmopolitan life. But this image is only part of the story. Beneath the surface, there is a far more complex and painful reality. Lebanon was a country trying to hold itself together, often called Mosaic, a place where Christians, Sunnis, Shiites, and Jews all coexisted. But this mosaic was anything but harmonious. The Christians, especially the Maronites, held most of the power. Their dominance, a legacy of the French mandate, had created deep divides, while Lebanon's state community was lifelong friends. The Shiites, concentrated in the rural south and the Bekaa valleys, lived in poverty. They were Lebanon's forgotten population, struggling with poor infrastructure, rural healthcare, and a lack of education. In a country built on power sharing, they were almost invisible. The Shiites weren't alone in the south though, sharing the space for Palestinian refugees who arrived decades earlier. When Israel was established by the United Nations in 1948, it wasn't just about building new borders. It displaced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, forcing them to flee. Uprooted from their homes, many sought refuge in neighboring Arab countries, with a significant number heading north into Lebanon. This wasn't a temporary situation. Palestinian refugees settled in the camps. The Nakba wasn't over for the Palestinians, and the echoes of that disaster would soon ripple through Lebanon and the entire region. In 1967, the Arab world faced a crushing defeat against Israel. In just 6 days, Israel's military swept across the region, leaving a trail of stunned and defeated Arab army in its wake. Golan Heights, East Jerusalem, and the Sinai Peninsula now fell under Israeli control. This victory not only solidified Israel's dominance, but also marked the end of Nasser's pan-Arab nationalist movement.
Ang mura nga pala nitong nakuha akong bahay. Halika, check natin. Sinama ko na nga pala yung alaga ko. Masa ko sa
Pan-Arab nationalist movement. For years to come, Egypt and Jordan would remain neutralized, sidelined from any confrontation with Israel. Lebanon, however, took a different path, remaining neutral during the Arab-Israeli War. General al-Bustami, the Lebanese army chief, refused to open a new front along Lebanon's borders with Israel. The Lebanese had long embraced what they called Lebanon's strength in weakness. They thought that by positioning itself as the Switzerland of the Middle East, Lebanon could avoid conflict. But this belief would soon prove tragically misguided. Under pressure from regional powers, Lebanon was forced to sign a Cairo agreement with the Palestinian Liberation Organization led by Yasser Arafat. This wasn't a decision Lebanon made freely. The agreement was signed between the PLO and General Bostani, allowing them to establish bases along Lebanon's borders, particularly within the refugee camps in southern Lebanon. 1 year later in 1970, after being expelled from Jordan during Black September, the PLO fully relocated its operations to southern Lebanon, home to a Shia majority. Tensions escalated between the PLO and Israel, turning southern Lebanon into a battleground. Israeli forces frequently launched air raids against PLO positions, with skirmishes along the border escalating into full-blown battles.
Getting more and more. We haven't any choice. is our home.
As the violence intensified, the already weakened Lebanese state was powerless to intervene. The situation worsened in 1975 when Lebanon plunged into civil war, a conflict that would last 16 years. The Lebanese civil war saw Israel allied with the Christian phalangists, paving the way for direct Israeli intervention.
The Israelis have allies, the phalangists, an extreme right-wing militia which controls the Christian villages dotted along Lebanon's southern edge.
Lebanon was no longer a bystander. It was becoming the front line in the Arab-Israeli conflict. In 1978, Israel launched Operation Litani, its first major invasion of Lebanon.
Began in the early hours of the 15th.
Their goal was to drive the PLO north of the Litani River and create a buffer zone to protect its northern towns.
Israel had captured almost all of South Lebanon except the city of Tyre, up to the edge of the Litani River, an area of 500 square miles or more.
The operation was swift and it was brutal. Thousands of Lebanese civilians, mostly Shiites, were displaced. For the Shia population, this invasion was a wake-up call. Their homes were destroyed, their families scattered, and their government nowhere to be seen.
Is coming to help us. We have no bread, no food, not even water, no electricity, nothing. We are alone. We have nothing. We need everything. You see, we are in South. We have no fucking no.
Southern Lebanon was left to fend for itself. In this vacuum of power, something began to stir. The seeds of resistance were being planted. On June 1982, Israel launched its second invasion of Lebanon, aiming to end the PLO's presence in the country entirely. military general, Said al-Sabi, was traveling with his family when his convoy came under a sudden lethal attack. An Israeli helicopter ambushed them, and in a barrage of rockets, he was killed along with his wife and young son.
Accidentally wanted to kill the terrorists themselves and their leaders, not their families. That happens in any kind of war.
It was a move meant to break Hezbollah's morale by taking down one of its most respected leaders.
Have changed dramatically. We will be able to defend ourselves better. They will be able to hit us not as effectively because the organizing brain has been able.
But Israel's strategy backfired. The assassination didn't weaken Hezbollah. Instead, it paved the way for its new leader. Israel's worst nightmares for decades to come. Said Hassan Nasrallah, a young charismatic leader, rose to take Musavi's place. Under his leadership, Hezbollah became more disciplined, more strategic, setting the stage for a new era of resistance and its most defining victories.
National Day of Resistance and Liberation, celebrated in Passover with Israelis.
May 2000, after years of persistent resistance, Hezbollah achieved what no Arab force had done before. They forced Israel to withdraw completely from southern Lebanon. Through years of organized and determined resistance, they made the occupation unbearable for Israel, ultimately driving them off occupied Lebanese land.
Until now, the Israeli army's main game celebrated with Passover with Israelis in the south.
Hezbollah fighters walked back into their towns as heroes, and for a moment, sectarian lines blurred as Lebanese citizens from all backgrounds joined in the victory.
Movement labeling with ordinary people who have, after 22 years, been able to return to their hometown and villages.
It was a rare unifying chapter for the country. But as Hezbollah's influence grew, so did the questions about its role in Lebanon's future. Valentine's Day took a tragic turn for Lebanon. A massive explosion tore through Beirut, shattering buildings and lives. Rafik Hariri, Lebanon's former prime minister, was assassinated along with 21 others. His assassination rocks the country, igniting a wave of grief and outrage that quickly turned into action. Fingers pointed at Syria and its young leader, Bashar al-Assad, as Hariri had been a critic of the Syrian government and its prolonged presence in Lebanon. In a wave of protests that would become known as the Cedar Revolution, thousands poured to Martyrs Square, wrapped in Lebanon's colors, calling for an end to Syrian control over Lebanon. Under intense pressure, Syria pulls its troops out, ending a nearly 3-decade presence in the country. As Syria departs, voices calling for Lebanese sovereignty quickly shifted towards Hezbollah. The groundwork for this moment had been laid the year before. Resolution 1559, backed by the United States, called for the disarmament of militias and the sovereignty of the Lebanese state. While the resolution didn't explicitly name Hezbollah, it was clear who the target was.
Context of the transition that is going on here, that the Lebanese leadership fully understands its responsibilities to the full implementation of 1559, and that includes the disbandment of the
The Bush administration emboldened by its invasion of Iraq, promoted this resolution as part of its broader vision for a new Middle East.
States like these and their terrorist allies constitute an axis of evil.
For Hezbollah and many Lebanese, disarmament was out of the question. The group saw its weapons as essential for defending Lebanon, especially with Israel just over the border. The scars of Israel's invasions were still fresh, and the Shabbat bombs, a disputed strip of land seized in 1967, remains under Israeli control. A reminder of Hezbollah's unfinished business. But their goals weren't just territorial. For years, Hezbollah had called for the release of Lebanese prisoners held in Israeli jails. Meanwhile, Israel wasn't idle. Along the border, it carried out military drills, simulating strikes on Lebanese border towns. Take your membership to the next level. Up to 5% cashback with a Letters Cashback Everywhere credit card from After its withdrawal from southern Lebanon in 2000, Israel was left with an uncomfortable reality. Hezbollah wasn't just a resistance movement anymore. It had grown into a formidable military force. The stage was set for what many believed was inevitable. The only question left was when the spark would ignite. July 12, 2006. 8 Israeli soldiers were killed and 2 were captured.
والأسرى الموجودين عندنا لن يعودوا إلى الديار إلا بوسيلة واحدة، خاض غير مباشر والتبادل والسلام.
Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert rejected Hezbollah's offer, vowing that Israel would not negotiate with terrorists.
لكن إذا كان عدو إسرائيل يريد تصعيد ويفكر على طريقته بأنه يدفع الإسلام نحن جاهزون مباشرة. وإلى أبعد ما يمكن أن يتصور هذا العدو عليه أن يتوقع
The capture of the soldiers became the justification for a full-scale military response. But the speed and scale of Israel's reaction suggested that they had been waiting for this moment.
They both had different reasons, the State Department and White House, for wanting Israel to do it, encouraging him to do it, supporting them. Our Air Force worked very closely with the Israeli Air Force for months before this, not necessarily with the deadlines, knowing when it would happen. It was always going to be whenever there was an incident, they would take advantage of an incident.
Airstrikes targeted Beirut's airport to enforce a blockade on Lebanon and struck key infrastructure in the south. Bridges crumbled, highways turned to dust. The Second Lebanon War had begun. Hezbollah responded with rockets, targeting northern Israeli cities, including Haifa. For the first time, the group demonstrated its ability to strike deep into Israeli territory. The attack shocked Israel, a reminder that this conflict was unlike any before. Southern Lebanon came under relentless airstrikes. Buildings were flattened, and the Dahiyah neighborhood of Beirut, better known as Hezbollah's stronghold, was reduced to rubble. Whispers of Nasrallah's death spread seemed like Hezbollah might not make it.
المفاجآت التي وعدتكم بها سوف تبدأ من الآن في عرض البحر، في عرض البحر، في مقابل بيروت، الزاوية الحربية العسكرية الإسرائيلية. انظروا إليها تحترم وتتابع.
Hezbollah delivered a stunning blow. A missile struck an Israeli warship, while Nasrallah's taped message was broadcast on Hezbollah's television simultaneously. The next day, Hezbollah rockets struck deeper into Haifa. Civilians fled to bomb shelters as Hezbollah's Dahiya for Haifa doctrine took shape. For every strike on Hezbollah's stronghold in Beirut, they would retaliate against Haifa and beyond. With the air campaign failing to stop Hezbollah's rocket attacks, Israel launched a ground offensive into southern Lebanon. Overconfident from its history of swift invasions,
Dan offers vandaag to CDO Homestyle Corned Beef. Simple lang, just pour over hot rice and enjoy agad ang juicy sarap at beefy linamnam. For me, nothing beats the comfort of homestyle meats. CDO Homestyle Corned Beef.
but the rugged terrain of southern Lebanon and Hezbollah's guerrilla tactics turned the operation into a nightmare. Israel's assaults became more violent. Civilian areas, including hospitals and residential zones, became targets in an attempt to pressure Hezbollah internally.
What we're seeing here, in a sense, is the birth pangs of a new Middle East. And whatever we do, we have to be certain that we're pushing forward to the new Middle East, not going back to the old Middle East.
Calls for Hezbollah's disarmament, amplified by Resolution 1559, grew louder once again among Western leaders.
For almost 2 years has been fortifying and arming militia down in the south of Lebanon. In defiance of the UN Resolution 1559, the best way to stop the violence is for Hezbollah to lay down its arms and to stop attacking.
As UN brokered ceasefire talks were underway, Israel launched a final ground offensive, hoping to gain an advantage before the ceasefire took effect. The campaign's final chapter ended disastrously for Israel, deepening the sense of loss and frustration among its military and citizens. Finally, on August 12, after 33 days of brutal fighting, the UN brokered Resolution 1701 called for a ceasefire, bringing the conflict to an end. Even though both sides claimed victory, the aftermath of the war unfolded in two contrasting narratives.
Tunisia, then Egypt. Now the autocratic regime in Libya may be the next to fall. Anti-government protests are the future of dictator Muammar Gaddafi, but in his 42-year
The year is 2011. The Arab Spring sweeps across the Middle East like wildfire, toppling governments and sparking protests fueled by dreams of freedom and change. But in Syria, the story takes a darker, bloodier turn.
President al-Assad has lost legitimacy. that he needs to step down.
What began as a series of demonstrations against the government quickly spirals into chaos. Within weeks, chants in the streets give way to bullets and bombs.
Senior military officer in the Syrian city of Hama has defected along with up to 50 of his soldiers.
The defection of Syrian military fractures the nation into a patchwork of rival factions, rebel groups, extremist militias, and global powers, each pursuing their own agenda.
After careful deliberation, I have decided that the United States should take military action against Syrian regime targets.
As Syria descended deeper into turmoil, its instability began bleeding into Lebanon.
Religious war may be spreading beyond borders. Today's cry for national Syrian terrorists kidnapped in Lebanon.
A group linked to Al-Qaeda is claiming responsibility for 2 suicide bomb attacks near the Iranian embassy in Beirut. Observers say the incident is a sign Syria's civil war is spilling over into Lebanon.
Hezbollah-controlled southern Beirut appear to be the first targeted attack on the Lebanese Shiite militia since the start of the Syrian conflict.
For Hezbollah, this wasn't just a distant war. It was a threat that was knocking on their door.
This is Sham. And now, it's all one country, shall one nation, one nation. There is no more border.
Militants in Iraq have declared the completion of the Islamic State with a new caliphate under the leader Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi.
There's a new player in the Syrian
Al Nusra has pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda.
Joint Empire Hezbollah is moving troops into Syria.
من أجل لبنان وشعب لبنان والله من أجل كل اللبنانيين من مسلمين ومسيحيين وإن احتاجت المعركة مع هؤلاء الإرهابيين التكفيريين أن أذهب أنا وكل حزب الله إلى سوريا فنذهب إلى سوريا.
Inside the Syrian army, Hezbollah has helped them to win key victories against the Syrian
The
rebels.
stakes extended far beyond immediate security. For decades, the roads from Damascus had carried vital supplies from Iran, critical to Hezbollah's resistance against Israel.
Tell me,
Supplies from Iran, critical to Hezbollah's resistance against Israel. A shared sense of alarm drew Iran directly into the fray. The rise of ISIS and the al-Nusra Front wasn't contained within Syria. It rapidly spilled over into Iraq, advancing dangerously close to Iran's borders.
Revolutionary Guard Quds Force is training, advising, and supporting Iraqi Shia militia by General Qasem Soleimani.
The shadowy commander of the elite Quds Force is considered the architect of Iran's campaign against ISIS.
For both Hezbollah and Iran, intervention was not a choice, it was a necessity. Hezbollah's intervention in Syria, alongside other forces in the axis of resistance, successfully pushed back the extremist threat that killed its vital lifeline.
عيد التحرير الثاني في 28 آب 2017 وأبارك لكم هذا الانتصار العظيم على جميع الإرهابيين.
But the cost was steep. Their reputation in the Arab world declined as their involvement in a conflict defined by sectarian divisions cast a shadow over their narrative of resistance. The Syrian civil war forced Hezbollah to evolve into a larger, more expansive non-state military force, far beyond its original scope and reshaping its legacy in the process. Meanwhile, Israel watches from the sidelines, quietly benefiting as its longtime adversary expends resources and fractures its image. Following the Syrian civil war and shifting dynamics on the geopolitical chessboard, the region undergoes a new wave of transformation.
Mark the dawn of a new Middle East.
Several Arab states, brokered by US diplomacy, begin normalizing relations with Israel, sidelining the Palestinian cause.
I believe that we are at the cusp of an even more dramatic breakthrough. An historic peace in Israel and Saudi Arabia.
Southern Israel experienced a morning unlike any other. A sky dotted not with birds, but with paragliders. But this wasn't a weekend adventure. It was a part of a planned military operation. Sirens wail, and deep within the Gaza Strip, the Palestinian group Hamas launches a surprise attack, and all in bid to assert their existence once more.
الخشبة، الوزن، الماء، الدم، كل الصابون، كل الخمير بخيط
Israel, with a green light from the US, responds with decisive force, targeting Gaza Strip with relentless airstrikes. Hospitals, schools, and refugee camps are caught in the crossfire, sparking widespread international condemnation.
Do you think that guess what I
Israeli farmers have been deployed all over Gaza.
Insisted that a ground invasion of Gaza.
And now, as Gaza was burning, the big question was whether Hezbollah would open a second front, dragging Israel into a multi-front war.
a second Israeli front, the Hezbollah, which is far stronger than Hamas, and could take this war into even more dangerous territory.
Just a day after the conflict began, Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel. Not a full-scale attack, but a calculated signal of their presence. This wasn't a rush to war. It was a patient and deliberate strategy. As Israel directed its military might, ground troops, air force, and political efforts towards Gaza, Hezbollah ramped up its activity. By mid-November, Hezbollah had targeted over 120 Israeli positions with rockets and missiles. But this was Hezbollah's true objective was to stretch Israel's military capacity. Nearly 40% of Israel's military was now stationed along its northern border, leaving fewer troops available for the brutal fight in Gaza. Over time, Hezbollah's strikes became increasingly precise, targeting Israeli convoys, surveillance systems, and rail installations. The conflict quickly turned into a tit-for-tat exchange, each side responding with calculated force. The situation was more tense. It became clear that Israel could not handle a two-front war on its own. Israel turned to the US for support. They deployed 2 aircraft carrier strike groups to the Mediterranean Sea, hoping that the conflict wouldn't escalate further beyond control.
USS Dwight D. Eisenhower Strike Group to the Eastern Mediterranean Sea. It joins the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier.
They will be going initially across the Atlantic and into the Mediterranean, where they will be available if needed.
In early December, the rhetoric from Israeli officials intensified. Israeli Defense Minister declared that Hezbollah must be pushed back behind the Litani River, aiming to recreate a buffer zone, a territory Israel had occupied for 22 years before its withdrawal in 2000. However, the plan didn't go as expected. On the ground, Hezbollah turned the table. The situation in northern Israel turned into a war of attrition, with missile strikes, rocket fire, and ambushes becoming the daily reality.
Visit northern Israel today, and you find ghost towns such as Batuna, Aramsha, and Kiryat Shimona empty, except for soldiers deployed against Hezbollah.
Rather than pushing Hezbollah northward, Israel found itself creating an unintended buffer zone, not in Lebanon, but within its own territory instead. Nearly 6 months after the October 7th events, Israel finds itself in an increasingly difficult position. The war in Gaza, originally aimed at eliminating Hamas and rescuing hostages, has dragged on with no decisive victories. Israel's international standing has been damaged dramatically, facing broad international criticism, with accusations of genocide becoming more common. In the south, Yemen's Ansarullah have successfully disrupted Israel's access to global trade routes by targeting shipping lanes in the Red Sea.
Targeting what they say is raining in ships in the Red Sea.
By mid-April, Iran had joined the fray, directly striking Israeli territory.
Direct attack from Iranian soil towards the state of Israel.
Facing challenges on multiple fronts, Israel reverted to one of its oldest and most reliable methods. This tactic was intended to shift the momentum back in their favor. Just a month after Iran's attack, a suspicious helicopter crash resulted in the deaths of Iran's president and foreign minister. While the incident was officially described as an accident, speculation soon arose regarding potential Israeli involvement, fueling controversies surrounding the tragedy. July 31st. After attending the inauguration ceremony of Iran's new president, Ismail Haniyeh, the leader of Hamas, was assassinated in Tehran. That same night, Fuad Shukr, a senior Hezbollah commander, was assassinated in the Dahiyya district of southern Beirut. With Israel targeting high-profile figures, many expected immediate retaliation from Iran, especially after crossing a critical line by striking Tehran's official guest. Yet behind closed doors, the US was urging Iran to hold its fire. Americans promised that a ceasefire in Gaza was imminent, a promise that, like many before it, went unfulfilled. Instead, it bought Israel more time to ramp up its assassination campaign. With the October 7th anniversary approaching in just a few weeks, Israel's assassinations have still not secured a victory. Netanyahu, facing immense domestic pressure following the deaths of more hostages, desperately needs a winning card.
Demonstration in Israel's history. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Israel's security cabinet now has to revise its strategy, focusing on the northern front. A victory over Hezbollah would not only facilitate the safe return of northern residents, but also restore some of Israel's lost deterrence. Israel's strategy took a darker and more ruthless turn, pushing the boundaries of conventional warfare. On September 17th, the following day, Israel executed an unprecedented series of cyber attacks, specifically targeting pages and walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah members and affiliates. The devices exploded simultaneously upon receiving triggered messages, resulting in civilian casualties and severe injuries, including many who lost their sight as the devices detonated while they were holding them. This harrowing method of attack sent shockwaves around the globe and spreading chaos and insecurity within the Lebanese. In response to the attacks, Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah delivered a defiant speech, vowing that Hezbollah would not relent in its resistance until Israel ended its assault on Gaza. But Israel wasn't finished. An Israeli airstrike targeted the Dahiyya neighborhood in Lebanon, killing another key Hezbollah commander, along with other high-ranking members. A few days later, Israel launched a massive strike on southern Lebanon, leaving over 500 people dead, mostly civilians. These escalations has led to the onset of what is now being recognized as the Third Lebanon-Israel War. Hezbollah was under increasing pressure, and the calls for Iran's intervention without Israel, on a winning streak, aimed to finish the job. Hezbollah and the entire resistance movement in the region. Less than a day after the fragile ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel, the region began to unravel in unexpected ways. From Idlib, the rebranded Tactical militants seized their movement. Cities fell one after another, and within days, Damascus found itself surrounded, a chilling echo of what many thought had been left behind in the Syrian civil war.
Rebel leader Abu Muhammad al-Dalani described the victory as historic.
So this is how the ship of the collapse of the Assad regime, the tyranny in Damascus.
At the same time, Israel pushed deeper into Syrian territory, severing the vital logistical lifeline connecting Lebanon and Palestine.
Israel has launched more organized strikes on Syria, causing explosions that was detected by earthquake sensors and 100 miles away.
Now found itself besieged on all sides. Christian nationalists echoing their they amplified their accusations, claiming that Hezbollah's intervention in Gaza had only deepened Lebanon's instability. Israeli forces in a matter of days were long gone. Even at its weakest, at that stage, Hezbollah ensured that no Israeli goods remained on Lebanon's soil. Gaza, after 15 months of relentless conflict, is ceasefire. All this pressure Palestinian citizens. This fire was more than a pause in fighting. It stood as a testament to the endurance of people who refused to be erased. This ceasefire marked a sacrifices. The story of the resistance in Lebanon is not one of clean victories or absolute defeats. It is a story of survival, a movement that endured setbacks, weathered wars, invasions, and unending turmoil, yet refuses to fade away. As the dust settles once
Being refueled, fuel lines burst, aviation gasoline sprayed out like waterfalls, then ignited immediately. The shockwave swept through rows of aircraft packed tight on the hangar deck. A B-5N Kate carrying a Type 91 torpedo was thrown aside. The torpedo flew out of the aircraft's belly, rolled across the deck, its detonator striking a steel column. The torpedo detonated with a thunderous roar. The 200-kilogram warhead tore apart the fuselage of the adjacent aircraft. That aircraft also carried a torpedo. It exploded in turn. Then the one beside it. The chain reaction began. Seconds later, either another bomb from Best's wingmen struck, or the secondary explosions were so massive they seemed like another bomb hit. Historical accounts differ. Some say only one direct hit. Others suggest two. What is certain is that the devastation was catastrophic. The explosion in the hangar deck center, whether from a second bomb or from the massive pile of bombs and torpedoes waiting to be stored, was 3 times more devastating than the first. Dozens of bombs detonated simultaneously. Multiple torpedoes exploded in sequence. The entire center of the hangar deck transformed into a massive fireball. The heat wave spread like an invisible wall, igniting everything within 40 meters. The nearest men burst into flames instantly. They didn't even have time to scream. The explosion's pressure pushed upward, bulging the flight deck. Some deck plates were blown off. Flames shot up through the gaps, burning those standing on the flight deck. In less than 2 minutes, Akagi had become hell. On the flight deck, a massive hole gaped open. From that hole, black smoke rose like a monstrous column. The temperature from below was so high, it made the surrounding flight deck steel begin to glow red. Below, in the hangar deck, was an indescribable scene. Temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius. Aluminum, the metal of aircraft skin, melted, dripping like rain. Rubber tires burned, creating toxic black smoke. Petty Officer Mitsuo Fuchida, who had commanded the Pearl Harbor attack, was on the bridge level when the bombs fell. The explosion threw him, breaking both legs. When he regained consciousness, he saw a horrific scene. The hangar deck was a sea of fire. Aircraft exploded one by one. Torpedoes detonated with harsh sounds. Men ran wildly, bodies aflame. Some jumped overboard. Some tried to roll to extinguish flames on themselves. I could hear screaming, but the explosions were so loud they almost drowned everything out. In the damage control room, Commander Nakajima tried to assess the situation. Reports flooded in. Hangar deck, fire uncontrollable. Automatic firefighting system destroyed. Multiple secondary explosions. Engine room still secure. Rudders still operational. There was still hope. The engines were running. The ship maintained 28 knots. If they could extinguish the fires, firefighting teams sprang into action. 120 men carrying fire hoses, extinguishers, and extraordinary courage. They advanced into the hangar deck from both ends of the ship. The temperature was too high. Paint on walls spontaneously combusted before flames touched it. Air so hot it was difficult to breathe. Each breath felt like inhaling knives. Teams led by brave warrant officers pushed into the inferno. They opened the water hoses, spraying into the fires. Water evaporated immediately, creating scalding steam. The steam layer obscured visibility. Then another torpedo exploded. The shockwave threw men backward. Some were impaled by metal fragments, but survivors stood up, continued fighting. From the stern, another team tried to advance. They used foam suppressant to stop the flames, but the fire was too large. Each time they extinguished one spot, 3 others flared up. 10:40 in the morning, just 18 minutes after the bombs fell, a series of explosions shook the entire ship. It was the anti-aircraft ammunition storage near the hangar deck. Thousands of 25mm rounds exploded like fireworks. Shell fragments pierced through bulkheads, shooting into adjacent compartments. Some pierced straight up to the flight deck, killing those trying to fight fires there. Some shot downward, puncturing fuel lines. Fuel spilled out, flowing with the ship's list, creating a stream of burning liquid from midship toward the bow. Fire followed the fuel stream, igniting new blazes. 11 o'clock in the morning, Commander Nakajima was forced to report to Captain Aoki. The situation grows worse. Fire is spreading to new compartments. Casualties are mounting. Some compartments are too hot to enter. 10:46 in the morning. Admiral Nagumo, fleet commander, stood on the bridge as communications became increasingly difficult. The bridge was filling with smoke. Fire was threatening to reach the island superstructure. The chief of staff reported, "Admiral, you must transfer your flag. We cannot command the fleet from here." This was a cruel decision. Leaving Akagi meant admitting the ship was defeated, but Nagumo had no choice. He had to save the remaining fleet. Around 11 o'clock, Admiral Nagumo and his staff were transferred to destroyer Milwaukee by boat. As he left Akagi, he turned back to look at the ship, tears streaming. "Forgive me, Akagi. I have failed you." But Captain Aoki Taijiro refused to leave. "This is my ship," he said. "I will stay until the end." Noon. The situation became hopeless. Temperature in some compartments had exceeded 70 degrees Celsius. People could not survive there. Firefighting water pipes burst from pressure and temperature. Many hoses had no water. Rescue teams tried to reach trapped sailors in various compartments. But many corridors had become furnaces. Dozens of brave men died trying to save their comrades. Engineering crews worked desperately near the magazines. Their mission? Flood these compartments with seawater before they exploded. If the magazines detonated, the entire ship would break in two. They opened the sea valves. Water rushed in. But the temperature was so high that water boiled upon touching the compartment bottom. Scalding steam severely burned several men. They continued until critical compartments were flooded. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Nearly 4 hours since the bombs fell. The fires remained uncontrolled. Actually, they were spreading. Fire had reached areas dangerously close to the engine rooms. Captain Aoki convened an emergency meeting with remaining officers. The situation was grim. Hangar deck completely out of control. Firefighting system 60% damaged casualties. Over 200 dead or seriously wounded engine room. Still operational but threatened ship's structure. Weakening from heat and explosions. "Is saving the ship possible?" Aoki asked. Silence. Finally, Commander Nakajima spoke. "Sir, with current equipment, I don't think so. The fire is too strong. We're fighting a losing battle." 4:30 in the afternoon. Another massive explosion shook the ship, larger than previous ones. Part of the flight deck collapsed into the hangar deck below. Black smoke shot up hundreds of meters. Aoki made the hardest decision of his life. All crew not necessary for keeping the ship afloat prepared to abandon ship. The orders spread like a wave of pain. Many men wept openly. Abandon Akagi, the ship that once dominated the Pacific? But orders were orders. Lifeboats were lowered. Destroyers Arashi and Milwaukee moved alongside to receive survivors. Groups were evacuated one by one. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, most of the crew had been evacuated. Captain Aoki made a final inspection, checking compartments that could still be accessed, ensuring no living soul remained behind. He was the last to leave Akagi, departing around 5:15 in the afternoon, after ensuring all survivors had been rescued. As his boat pulled away from the hull, Aoki turned back to look at Akagi one last time. The ship still floated, but the entire midsection burned fiercely. Black smoke obscured half the sky. "Sayonara, Akagi," he whispered. "Night of June 4th, 1942. Akagi still floated like a burning ghost ship. Fires blazed throughout the hull. Occasionally, an explosion tore through the darkness. The ship listed to starboard, but stubbornly remained afloat. 4 destroyers, Arashi, Kawaki, Agakaze, and Maikaze, circled around Akagi like mars to fuel. They running against further American attacks. They also waited final orders from their Yamamoto. Yamamoto was hundreds of kilometers away in battleship Yamato. He received reports about Akagi. The ship could not be saved. Fire still raged uncontrolled. But the carrier also could not be left to fall into enemy hands or become a hazard to navigation. A decision had to be made, and it was one of the most painful decisions an admiral could make. Dawn of June 5th. An encrypted message reached the fleet. "Scuttle Akagi." On destroyer Arashi, the squadron commander received the order. He stood still, hands trembling, holding the paper. Around him, officers were silent. Some wept openly. "We must follow orders," he finally said, voice breaking. "Prepare torpedoes." 5 o'clock in the morning. 4 destroyers lined up, about 1,500 meters from Akagi. On each ship, torpedo tubes were turned toward the carrier. Sailors performed their duty with tear-streaked faces, hands shaking as they loaded the weapons. No one wanted to do this, but these were orders. This was the final duty they could perform for Akagi, an honorable death by friendly hands, rather than letting the ship fall into enemy hands or sink alone. Fire! 4 Type 93 torpedoes, the world's best torpedoes at that time, launched from their tubes. They left white foam trails on the water, racing at 50 knots toward Akagi. On the destroyers, everyone stood at attention, watching. Many raised hands in final salute. Tears flowed freely down weathered faces. The first torpedo struck Akagi's starboard side near the bow. A massive column of water erupted. The ship shuddered violently. The second torpedo hit amidships. The explosion was tremendous. Akagi began listing more severely to starboard. The third and fourth torpedoes struck the stern section, close together. 2 nearly simultaneous explosions cracked the hull structure. Seawater rushed in through massive holes. The damage control system had long been destroyed. There was nothing to stop the flooding. Akagi began her final descent, 5:05 in the morning. The mist increased dramatically. Water flooded the hangar deck, finally extinguishing the fires that had burned for over 18 hours. 5:10 in the morning. Akagi listed 30 degrees. The bow dipped lower. The stern began to rise. 5:15 in the morning. The massive carrier rolled onto her side. For a moment, she seemed to hesitate, as if reluctant to leave the world she had once dominated. 5:20 in the morning, June 5th, 1942. IJN Akagi slipped beneath the waves. The bow went first, followed by the bridge and island structure. The flight deck, once crowded with aircraft preparing to conquer the Pacific, disappeared under the water. Finally, the stern with its massive propellers rose high, then slowly, majestically, slid beneath the surface. Within moments, only ripples remained where Akagi had been. A few pieces of debris floated when the oil slid dragon was gone. On the 4 destroyers, every man stood at attention in absolute silence. Many openly wept. They had just witnessed the end of an era, the death of Japanese naval supremacy in the Pacific. The ship sank to a depth of 5,000.
A hostile country is trying to build a nuclear bomb. The other parties are mastermind focused on the destruction of Israel. General Hamas hated Israelis, hated the state of Israel. It will take 3 elite Black Ops units to deal with this menace. Special forces operating deep within enemy territory to confirm the threat. That was an extremely risky intel gathering mission. If there's a mistake made, that could have June 1944, the beaches of Normandy witnessed a mechanical invasion that defied all established military logic. Instead of capturing a harbor, the Allies brought their own industrial infrastructure directly to the Bear Sea. They unleashed an endless ocean of steel, pouring customized engineering vehicles, floating supply lines, and amphibious warfare straight at the English channel. The German High Command possessed excellent intelligence, seasoned generals, and a deep understanding of logistics. Yet, they were fundamentally ignorant. The core mystery of this campaign is not how they misjudged the sheer number of American troops. The real question is how they completely failed to anticipate the bizarre, unprecedented mechanical diversity that allowed an entire mechanized army to drag its industrial might out of the crashing waves. How could some of the most experienced strategists of the 20th century miss a technological revolution happening just 20 miles across the world? To understand this massive intelligence failure, we first have to look at the conventional war the German generals were actually preparing for. In the spring of 1944, defending the western edge of occupied Europe was not a matter of guesswork for the German command. It was a matter of industrial tonnage. The German military apparatus calculated that a modern mechanized division required roughly 600 to 700 tons of supplies every single day just to maintain combat operations. This meant a relentless, uninterrupted flow of ammunition, medical supplies, rations, and most importantly, thousands of gallons of high-octane fuel. When multiplied by the dozens of divisions the Americans and British were currently massing in southern England, the logistical requirement became staggering. Millions of tons of cargo would need to be moved across the English Channel. To transfer that kind of weight from transport ships to shore, an army cannot rely on wooden ramps. It strictly requires heavy steel cranes, deep water berths, paved railway heads to safely offload 30-ton shipping tanks, 155mm artillery pieces, and fragile mechanical components. Because of this undeniable mathematical reality, the German defensive strategy crystallized around a single geographical imperative: ports. The famous Atlantic Wall, heavily propagandized as a continuous, impenetrable barrier of concrete and steel stretching from all the way to Spain, was in reality far less harmful. The vast stretches of open coastline, the isolated dunes, and wide sandy beaches were often guarded by static obstacles, barbed wire, and second-tier infantry divisions comprised of older men or conscripts. But the major harbors, cities like Le Havre, Cherbourg, Boulogne, and Pas-de-Calais, were transformed into heavily fortified citadels. They bristled with massive coastal artillery batteries housed in reinforced concrete bunkers, defended by elite garrisons, and surrounded by dense minefields. Within the German leadership tasked with repelling this inevitable invasion, a bitter and well-documented strategic feud was raging regarding how to deploy their armored reserves. Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, the tactical commander of Army Group B, had learned the hard way in North Africa about the
June 6, 1944, 00:15 hours. Strong point WN62, Omaha Beach. Gefreiter Heinrich Severlow carefully cleaned the barrel of his MG-42 machine gun in the concrete bunker overlooking the channel. In his pocket, he carried a letter from his girlfriend in Mexico, promising to wait for him until the war's victorious end. The invasion will be their grave. We will throw them back into the sea within hours. He had written these words to her just 3 days earlier, after Field Marshal Rommel himself had inspected their positions. The Desert Fox had looked through Severlow's gun aperture, studied the overlapping fields of fire, and nodded with satisfaction. When they come, Rommel had said, this beach will be their cemetery. Through the embrasure, Severlow could see nothing but peaceful darkness over the channel. The night was calm, almost serene. In 12 hours, this same young man would be found weeping uncontrollably in his bunker, surrounded by 13,500 empty shell casings. His gun barrel warped from heat, watching an invasion force so vast that his mind would simply refuse to process what his eyes were seeing. Though Severlow would later claim to have inflicted 1,000 to 2,000 casualties, historians consider this impossible given that total American casualties at Omaha Beach from all causes were in human history from the wrong side of the gun sight. The Atlantic Wall stretched 2,400 miles from Norway to the Spanish border, what German propaganda called the most formidable defensive line in military history. Along the Normandy coast, 58 divisions of varying quality manned positions had consumed 17 million cubic meters of concrete and 1.2 million tons of steel. Hitler himself had declared it impregnable. The defensive preparations at Omaha Beach alone seemed to justify such confidence. The U.S. Army Center of Military History records that the Germans had constructed 8 concrete bunkers, 35 pillboxes, 4 artillery positions, 18 anti-tank gun positions, 45 rocket launch sites, 85 machine gun nests, and 6 mortar pits. The beach itself had been turned into a killing field. 3,700 obstacles had been planted in the tidal zone, including Belgian gates, Czech hedgehogs, and wooden stakes, many topped with terror mines. Behind the beaches, 6.5 million mines had been laid, though Rommel had wanted 60 million. Colonel Ernst Goth, commanding the 916th Grenadier Regiment near Bayeux, had calculated the defensive firepower in his sector. His 4 batteries could theoretically deliver 120 rounds per minute into the beach sectors. Combined with other batteries, the Germans could concentrate massive firepower on any landing attempt. These calculations, however, assumed unlimited ammunition, an assumption that would prove fatally flawed. June 5th had brought weather that Luftwaffe meteorologist Walter Stuber in Paris had declared impossible for invasion. Wind speeds reached 20 to 25 knots, waves climbed to 6 feet, and low clouds hung at 500 feet. Stuber, using data from U-boats and weather stations, had assured the High Command that conditions would remain poor for at least 2 weeks. Based on this forecast, many senior officers had left their posts. Rommel himself had departed for Germany on June 5th to celebrate his wife's birthday, carrying a pair of grey suede shoes he had purchased in Paris. General Friedrich Dollmann, commanding the 7th Army, had ordered division commanders to attend war games at Rennes. Even the naval patrols that normally swept the channel had been cancelled due to rough seas. This meteorological confidence would prove to be the first German miscalculation. Unknown to Stuber, the Allies possessed weather stations in Greenland and weather flights over the Atlantic that detected a brief break in the storm. A 36-hour window that Group Captain James Stagg had identified and Eisenhower had seized. At 23:15 hours on June 5th, radar stations along the northern coast began detecting unusual activity. Freya and Würzburg radar sets picked up massive aerial formations approaching from the north. The operators, however, had seen this before. Allied deception raids designed to keep German forces on alert. By 00:30 hours on June 6th, reports began flooding that challenged all assumptions. Fallschirmjäger, paratroopers, were landing across Normandy, but the reports made no sense. Some units reported paratroopers to the east, others to the west. Some claimed they were British, others American. Dummy paratroopers with firecrackers attached, part of Operations Titanic and Rupert, added to the confusion. Major Hans von Luck, commanding the 125th Panzer Grenadier Regiment of the 21st Panzer Division, was one of the first to grasp the situation's gravity. Awakened by reports of paratroopers landing near his positions, he immediately requested permission to attack. The response from division headquarters: "Do not move until the situation clarifies." Von Luck would later write in his memoir, Panzer Commander, "I knew at that moment we were lost. The paratroopers were clearly marking flanks for a landing. Every minute we waited gave them time to consolidate, yet we sat paralyzed by our own command structure." June 6th, 05:30 hours. As the first grey light began to illuminate the channel, German observers in forward positions began reporting something that had shaken the nerves. The German Armour Reserve, the force that Rommel had insisted must defeat any invasion on beaches, remained paralysed through the critical morning hours. The 21st Panzer Division, the only armoured unit close to the beaches, did not receive orders to attack until 1000 hours, 4 hours after the landings began. When the 21st Panzer finally attacked at 1620 hours, they advanced between British airborne landing zones toward the coast. According to divisional records, they reached the shore between Lyon-sur-Mer and Luc-sur-Mer around 1900 hours, the only German armoured unit to reach the coast on D-Day. However, at 2100 hours, they witnessed the arrival of Operation Mallard, 250 gliders bringing reinforcements to the British 6th Airborne Division. Interpreting this massive air armada as their flanks, they withdrew. The division lost 54 tanks and armoured vehicles on D-Day, approximately 25% of their strength in a single day. The counterattack also encountered specialised Allied armour they had never seen before. Hobart's Funnies, modified tanks with flails for mine clearing, flamethrowers and bridging equipment, seemed flails for mine clearing, flamethrowers and bridging equipment, seemed to belong to a different era of warfare entirely. Throughout D-Day, German units faced a threat they had never encountered at this scale: massive airborne forces operating behind their lines. The 6th Airborne Division, British, and the 82nd and 101st Airborne Divisions, American, created chaos that multiplied their actual strength. Oberst Friedrich von der Heydte, Germany's most experienced paratrooper commander, serving with the 6th Fallschirmjäger Regiment, was in Normandy during the invasion. His professional assessment, recorded in post-war interviews, was damning. The Allied airborne operation was everything ours had never been: massive, coordinated and supplied. We dropped battalions, they dropped divisions. We were supplied by single aircraft.
In the summer of 1914, the world burned, not because of ideology, not because of some grand moral crusade, but because a teenager with a pistol stood on the wrong street corner at exactly the wrong moment. And because the men in charge, emperors, generals, diplomats in pressed uniforms and gilded offices, decided that pride mattered more than peace, that honour was worth more than human life, that a few weeks of glorious war would solve everything. They were catastrophically, unforgivably wrong. What followed wasn't war as they imagined it. No swift cavalry charges, no heroic victories by Christmas. Instead, 4 years of industrialized slaughter. Millions of men fed into meat grinders disguised as battlefields. Empires that had stood for centuries, collapsing into dust. An entire generation erased from existence. And here's the most disturbing part, the part that should keep you up at night. None of it had to happen. Every step toward catastrophe was a choice. Every escalation was deliberate. Every opportunity for peace was rejected. The assassination that started the war, Austria-Hungary could have handled it diplomatically. They chose war, the alliance system that dragged everyone in, built intentionally over decades. They knew what to do. The generals who sent millions to die in futile attacks. They had the casualty reports. They kept attacking anyway. When the guns finally fell silent on November 11th, 1918, 20 million people were dead. 4 empires had collapsed. The map of the world had been redrawn in blood. And the treaty that ended it was so vindictive, so short-sighted.
Europe, 100 years ago. Superpowers and their alliances ruled the continent. The Triple Entente, consisting of Great Britain, France and Russia, controls East and West. Between these countries lies the Triple Alliance, Germany, Austria-Hungary and Italy. For years, these countries have been arming for war, a war for supremacy in Europe. In 1912 and 1913, regional conflicts break out in the Balkans. The Ottoman Empire declines and new nations are created. In the spheres of influence between Russia and Austria-Hungary. The Balkans are a volatile mix of languages, religions and cultures. Here in the Bosnian city of Sarajevo, the story of Europe is altered forever. It's Sunday, the 28th of June, 1914. Franz Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian throne, is visiting with his wife to observe the army maneuvers. Many Bosnians are furious as they consider Austria-Hungary an occupying power. And the Habsburgs, tyrants. A few months earlier, for more than 600 years, the Habsburgs have ruled from the imperial city of Vienna. However, the dynasty's golden age has long passed. In the early 20th century, the Austro-Hungarian Empire faces economic and political problems. Austria-Hungary was described as the sick man of the Danube and as a stagnating superpower. This was unique within Europe. The world saw the Austro-Hungarian Empire as rather an amusing sideshow to the Islamic superpower. The Habsburg Empire consists of more than 10 nations. The Slavic populations are disadvantaged, particularly compared to the Austrians and Hungarians. Almost 50% of the empire's population was Slavic, and there was this fear that the empire could fracture. As nationalism, every nationality within the monarchy asked itself why it did not enjoy the same rights as the Germans in Austria or the Hungarians in the Hungarian half of the empire. The people demand more say and even democracy, but are unable to compete with the rigid state structures and the strict social hierarchies. The social order dates back to the Middle Ages. Je pense que cet ensemble, I think this monarchy was an anomaly.
Veliamor. At court in Vienna, time appears to stand still. The empire is ruled by the world's oldest monarch, Emperor Franz Joseph. Kaiser Franz Joseph.
Emperor Franz Joseph knew he had reached the end of his life. He had no ability or even will to change anything. And this was probably the most significant factor in what followed.
The future of the monarchy will be decided by the Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Franz Ferdinand zu Bügelberg ist, glaube ich, Wahnsinn.
I think it is very hard to judge Franz Ferdinand. He was such a complex, temperamental character that few people could claim to have been unaffected by him.
Mal auch betroffen gewesen.
Wir wissen, was nicht. We know of the many problems of this enormous empire. And he was not a stupid man.
The suicide of Franz Joseph's son, Rudolf, establishes Franz Ferdinand as the heir to the throne, a man previously impervious to the responsibility and etiquette of power.
He traveled the world. Of course, a lot of the travel was for hunting, particularly in India. They shot many tigers and many other animals besides.
Franz Ferdinand is obsessed with hunting, killing more than 270,000 animals in the course of his life. The future heir is driven to persevere, to overcome obstacles, and life as in hunting.
He had exceptionally good judgment and was an excellent shot, unlike many of his contemporaries. He spent most of his time at Ashstetten Castle. From some of the early photographs that remain there, it appears to have been a comfortable home.
Here in Lower Austria, in Konopist Castle in Bohemia, Franz Ferdinand keeps his distance from hostilities of the court in Vienna. His vision of a union of southern Slavic states within the empire, even the Austrians and the Hungarians, is unpopular in Vienna and makes him many enemies in Serbia. Emperor Franz Joseph was opposed to his nephew Franz Ferdinand's marriage to a lesser aristocrat, Sophie Kotek of Korkova, but eventually relented.
To fight for a woman like that, to wait and be patient, it really was true love.
Sophie was awarded the title from Hohenberg, where Franz Ferdinand was forced to renounce the right of his children to ascend to the throne. He is therefore more intent than ever on becoming ruler. Europe's kings and emperors congregate here to pay their last respects to one of their own, England's King Edward VII. It is a family affair, as all the ruling dynasties are somehow related, and yet before long, they will pit the people of their nations against each other in a bloody, bitter conflict.
The funeral of King Edward was an incredibly symbolic moment. The death of an emperor, if you like, and the death of an age.
Among the mourners, representing the 81-year-old Franz Joseph, is Franz Ferdinand in a white dress uniform.
It reminds me a little of that scene in the Godfather film where all the Dons come to gather somewhere upstate of New York, still imagining that the world was theirs to carve up, whereas in fact that was very shortly coming to an end.
At the time, Great Britain is the world's greatest economic and military power. London rules over a colonial empire of almost 500 million people, a quarter of the world's population.
We had, the whole of India, half of Africa, we had the plantations in the Caribbean. It seems like the world is ours. Britain likes its position as the world's superpower, and it was very aware of its position and it was very determined that it should maintain
German states under Prussian leadership. After the unification, Germany expanded rapidly. The German economy builds, and the German army increases in strength. The country was so successful that it is hardly surprising that the neighboring nations became nervous. Germany's oldest rival on the continent is France, the only democracy among the superpowers. After the War of 1870 and 1871, and the defeat against Prussia, the relationship with Germany was of particular significance to France. In 1871, France lost Alsace-Lorraine to Germany. The Alsace-Lorraine question continued to overshadow the relationship between France and Germany. The Alsace-Lorraine question continued to overshadow the relationship between France and Germany. Russia is continental Europe's largest empire. Serfdom is still well established, and social and economic conditions continue to decline. At the outset of 1914, the situation in Russia was extremely. Russia provokes a war with Japan as a distraction from the empire's internal problems. After the defeat in the Russo-Japanese War, tensions in the Balkan countries increase rapidly. When Austria-Hungary annexes Bosnia-Herzegovina, Russia is forced to return its attention to Balkans. A memorial mass in the small Soviet town of Shevets. Here and in every church across the country, the anniversary of the long battle for Serbian independence is celebrated annually on the 14th of February. The uprising against the Ottoman Empire began in 1804, led by Kara-Georgia. He had fought for Austria against the Turks. Serbia was liberated in 1804 by an army of rebellious farmers. The Serbia of today was therefore built by Serb farmers and rebels. The Kara-Georgia Revolution gave Serbian society an egalitarian, even democratic character. At the time, Austria-Hungary supported Serbia in its uprising against the Turks. Austria and Serbia had actually had a very good relationship since the 18th century. Almost all the doctors and architects in Serbia were students from Munich, Vienna, or Graz. However, only a small portion of the Balkan Serb population live in independent Serbia. The fundamental aim of the new Serbian kingdom is to free all Serbs from foreign rule. From Norway to Greece, the flags of European nationalists demanded liberation and unification, and the Serbs demanded the same: national unification incorporating Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, and this is destined to lead to conflict with Austria-Hungary, as the empire turned to many Serbs. The Serb king Peter I intends to establish a greater Serbian empire, which includes those regions populated by Serbs currently under Habsburg rule. However, following the Congress of Berlin and Austria's invasion of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia found itself surrounded by Habsburg territories and allies. In 1908, the Imperial Army annexes Bosnia and Herzegovina. The province has been administered by the Empire since 1878. Serbia is offended and seeks out allies. Russia and Serbia were traditionally very close. This was not just because Serbia was a Slavic and Christian Orthodox country, but because the Serbs had always been loyal allies on the Balkan Peninsula. The Serbian army on parade. In the Balkan Wars of 1912 and 1913, Serbia significantly expands its territory. And and Serbia continues to recruit allies against Austria-Hungary. From the moment the relationship between Serbia and Austria-Hungary began to deteriorate, Serbia sought out new partners, particularly France. Austria-Hungary's Balkan policies have failed. Great faith is placed in the Imperial Navy to maintain regional superiority in Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean. The Austro-Hungarian Navy was one of the most modern in the world. On the whole, however, the Imperial Army was falling behind other European forces due to lack of money. The Habsburg monarchy continues to lose ground in the arms race between the superpowers. For example, balloons are still used for military reconnaissance rather than airplanes. The difficulty was to face up to the consequences and say clearly, we cannot fight a war because you will not provide the resources we need. The biggest mistake was not admitting that to themselves, to state officials, and to the emperor.
Visit Alibaba.com now. Search beauty and hair tools and source with confidence.
October 1913. In Vienna, celebrations mark the 100th anniversary of the Battle of Leipzig. The future is ignored, the past revered. The glorious victories over Napoleon are remembered, as is the Austrian-led establishment of the new European order at the Congress of Vienna. If solutions to the problems of the empire are not found rapidly, Emperor Franz Joseph is in danger of passing a monarchy without a future onto his heir, Franz Ferdinand. The idea of war surfaces repeatedly in domestic and foreign policy. Germany also celebrates victory over Napoleon with the opening of a memorial to the Battle of Leipzig. The German Empire, ruled by Emperor Wilhelm II, plans to build on the successes of the past and continue to defeat France in battle. The tragedy was that people believed these successes would be repeated again and again. In fact, there was even the sense that one owed such repeats to those who had gone before. Emperor Wilhelm believes his army to be the best in the world. He's determined to use it to achieve German supremacy in Europe. Russia and Great Britain are also in his sights. In fact, Wilhelm II was essentially the last person who should have led this blossoming German empire with its established military traditions. Germany's most important ally is the Habsburg Empire. Wilhelm II and Franz Joseph form joint imperial army maneuvers to ensure that they can defend their predominance in Europe if it becomes necessary. Joseph. Franz Joseph was old, perhaps even ill, but he was still alive. As long as he was still able to draw breath, the choice between peace and war remained his decision. His heir, Franz Ferdinand, is opposed to war. His primary ambition is to solve the conflict between the nations of the empire and give the Slavic regions more say. He did not want to continue Franz Joseph's policies, and he was probably right. Franz Ferdinand also wants to reform the army, a task he entrusts to Lieutenant General Oskar Potierek. Potierek governs Bosnia-Herzegovina with a heavy hand. As a display of strength, he plans significant army maneuvers. Franz Ferdinand is to take part. This, one could also interpret it as an attempt by Franz Ferdinand to check up on Potierek, to keep him on his toes, as he was a potential successor to the position of Inspector General of the Austro-Hungarian Army. The maneuver is to take place on the 28th of June in Sarajevo. People think that history is something that's planned and takes place in a very organised way, but it's like life is very haphazard and doesn't quite fit the patterns that we like to try and make of it. Franz Ferdinandus Australia.
It was entirely logical for Franz Ferdinand to observe the maneuvers in Bosnia. They were the biggest army maneuvers of 1914, and their successful completion removed any obstacle to the appointment of Oskar Potjovec as Inspector General.
Everything had gone entirely to plan, and he was very satisfied.
While Franz Ferdinand was on maneuvers, his wife made several visits to Sarajevo, where she went shopping and visited an orphanage. There was an official reception in Sarajevo planned for the next day, the 28th of June.
In recent years, there have been several assassination attempts by a Serb resistance group, Mlada Bosna, Young Bosnia. Mlada Bosnia is part of the European phenomenon. Europe's crown rulers are being hunted.
He was advised to cancel the event, but at the same time, Governor Potjovec told him that the people would be offended if His Imperial Highness did not appear.
Of course, it isn't a Serb city. It's a city with just as many Muslims and Croats and some Jewish inhabitants. And they welcomed Franz Ferdinand almost enthusiastically.
On the way to Sarajevo's town hall, a chain of unfortunate events that will alter the course of history begins. First, there is an assassination attempt with a bomb. The bomb bounced off Franz Ferdinand's car, but it blew up just as he passed, and it caught the car behind, and one of the officers was injured. The mayor awaits his guests in front of the town hall.
Franz Ferdinand is furious and coarse, and is actually very impolite to the reception committee.
Nobody knows whether there are more assassins lying in wait. The rest of the day's events are cancelled, but Franz Ferdinand does not leave.
He wanted to go to the hospital and see the victims of the first attack.
There are more assassins on the streets of Sarajevo, waiting for an opportunity to strike.
The famous photograph of the Archduke's car at the very moment before the assassination, you can see the wheels just beginning to turn. That is a wrong turn that the Archduke's car is making.
The chauffeur has not been informed of the changes to the route. The car is forced to reverse.
He has absolutely no idea how many of these young people are still in the vicinity.
One of the assassins just happens to be standing at this very corner.
And this miserable youth fires and hits my great-grandfather in the neck.
Paano malalaman ang lokasyon ng isang tao gamit lamang ang kanilang numero ng telepono? Halimbawa, kung ang iyong kapatid.
My great-grandparents died. It is an unmitigated disaster, and the city is completely unprepared to deal with the situation.
Anti-Serb riots break out throughout Sarajevo, and Serb homes and businesses are looted. The Serb population and the Kingdom of Serbia are blamed for the assassination.
The Austrians went looking for hard evidence that they could pin on Serbia. In the end, they invaded anyway because they couldn't find any. The role of Serbia in the assassination is very tenuous at best.
The bodies of the Archduke and Duchess are embalmed and brought to Vienna via Trieste.
They were then taken to Ashton Castle and placed in the crypt. The marble sarcophagi that can be seen today were installed much later.
But who was the man who murdered Franz Ferdinand and Sophie? charged with treason and assassination. Princip states that as a Bosnian Serbian revolutionary, he intended to kill an oppressor and a tyrant.
Gavrilo Princip was born in the Habsburg Empire, not Serbia. He was one of Franz Josef's subjects. Princip had nothing against Franz Ferdinand personally. He was simply the heir to the throne.
He and his friends, who included Muslims and Catholics, saw the Habsburgs as a colonial power in Bosnia-Herzegovina.
For many Serbs, the date of the visit was an additional provocation. On the 28th of June 1389, they had lost their independence to the Ottoman Empire at the Battle of Kosovo. Now they were once again occupied, oppressed by the Austro-Hungarian soldiers. The assassins wanted to fight and die for Serbia, as their ancestors had done in Kosovo.
They were naive, very young, incredibly young. Two of the people who lined up to shoot the Archduke were only 16. They were still at school, and Princip himself was only 19.
He knew that the assassination would have serious consequences and result from the death of the Archduke. But he had no idea of the tragic events he would set in motion.
They've made a plan for sure, but it's not really much of a plan. They're just, let's line the street and then let's, who will be the bravest to fire that pistol.
He is a tragic figure. These youths were turned into fanatics and taken advantage of in the worst possible way.
A secret Serb society, the Black Hand Gang, provided weapons, but the assassins deny receiving any official Serbian support.
There is absolutely no proof of any involvement by the Serbian government, led by Nikola Pasic. Nothing that would suggest they even knew of the plans.
Three of the adult conspirators are executed. Princip dies in a dank cell in 1918. To the end, he maintains his regret at the death of Sophie.
They had no intention of murdering Sophie. They actually intended to kill Potjevik, the military governor of Bosnia. First, Franz Ferdinand. Second, Potjevik. I assume that Gavrilo Princip simply fired at the people sitting in the car, and the two sitting upright in the back, the Archduke and his wife, just happened to be the posts.
Oscar Potjevik has been a soldier all his life, yet he has never experienced war or indeed people being shot.
The assassination was a huge shock for Potjevik. Witnesses at the time claimed he was completely confused and barely responsive after the attack. He may have wondered what this meant for his career, as the attack had shaken the very foundation of his existence.
Essentially, Potjevik was responsible for the security measures in Sarajevo. One can, of course, blame the chief of police, or the mayor, or other people equally, but there is no doubt that the final responsibility lay with him.
Potjevik spends the weeks following the assassination doing everything he can to shift the blame for Franz Ferdinand's death away from his failings and onto Serbia.
I think it was certainly in his interest to deflect attention from the events, to make people forget. It's an obvious course of action.
Emperor Franz Josef is at his residence in Bad Ischl when he hears of the assassination. He returns to Vienna immediately. He will have to decide how Austria-Hungary will react.
By the time of the funeral for Franz Ferdinand, Emperor Franz Josef has already expressed his intention to find a military solution.
I-download lang ang MP at makakapakinig ka ng panghabang buhay na libre lang.
However, a war with Serbia could also lead to a war against Serbia's ally, Russia. Franz Josef eigentlich
Franz Josef was fully aware that Russia would support Serbia and that there was a distinct possibility of war with the Russians.
Russland geben könnte. If Russia becomes involved, Austria-Hungary will need Germany's support. Emperor Wilhelm vows to stand by his ally. He simply repeated the same thing he had told the Austrians many, many times before. His Highness Emperor Franz Josef is a Prussian general. He need only command, and the entire Prussian army will follow. Vienna must have fully expected this unconditional support.
Die Absicht, Krieg zu führen, beschränkt sich nicht nur.
The intention to go to war was not limited to the emperor. It also played a significant role in politics. Even the foreign minister, Count Berthold, shared this enthusiasm for war.
Vienna is convinced that there will never again be such a perfect opportunity for war against Serbia. Foreign Minister Berchtold is among those calling for hostilities. The militants hope that Germany's blank check will win over the last remaining opponents to war. The Hungarian Prime Minister, Count Tisza, is initially opposed, as this could increase the numbers of Slavs within the empire. His Austrian counterpart, Count Sturck, is an early supporter of the war. Finally, it is decided the implementation of Operation B for Balkans. In Serbia, people are unaware of the war. Shabac, a Serbian city on the border of Austria-Hungary. The lively town is also known as the Paris of Serbia. The song recalls the prosperity of the merchants of Shabac before the First World War.
Following the assassination in Sarajevo and the accusations leveled at Serbs in Serbia, the immediate reaction was, what now? Dear God, please, not another war.
Following the two Balkan conflicts, the Serbian population is tired of war, and the Serbian army is exhausted. In the border town of Shabac, the people hope that all will remain calm. The spectacular double murder of an heir to the throne and the wife he fought to marry for so long. This is the version of the assassination that is repeated across the world. In international newsreels and beyond, the assassination is primarily depicted as a crime story.
In Russian newspapers and within the government offices, the assassination of the heir to the throne in Sarajevo was considered an internal matter for the Habsburgs, as it had occurred on Austro-Hungarian territory.
At court in St. Petersburg, several voices clamor for war, but Tsar Nicholas II initially opposes any idea of conflict, fearing that it could increase political tensions in the huge Tsarist empire.
However, on the 2nd of July, Foreign Minister Sezonov receives word from Serbia. Austria-Hungary has demanded it be allowed to conduct investigations within the territory of the Serbian kingdom.
It is immediately clear that Austria-Hungary is beginning to put pressure on Serbia. The Russian Secret Service also reports on preparations for war in Berlin and Vienna.
Donc, du côté russe, the Russian side is therefore largely aware of what is occurring in Vienna and is absolutely determined to support Serbia this time. On peut dire que les Russes, you could say that Russia, like Austria-Hungary, chose to go to war.
Ils ont fait le choix de la guerre.
Download the app and order now.
If you're an iPhone and Android user and want to watch movies for free, this app is
Austria-Hungary chose to go to war. Ils ont fait le choix de la guerre.
From the very beginning, France has promised Russia unlimited support in case of war against the German Empire.
Pour Paris, cette alliance, the alliance with Russia was extremely important to Paris, as it ensured some security for Germany.
Sécurité par rapport à l'Allemagne. So one can see the steps by which everyone's gradually, inexorably been drawn to war.
Great Britain is determined to resist involvement in any conflicts on the continent, as the country's political interests lie primarily with the colonies. However, London is at pains to maintain the balance of power in Europe, to ensure that Germany does not have supremacy.
Britain was very well aware of the gathering storm. I don't think that anyone could not have been. I think there were frantic diplomatic manoeuvres going on behind the scenes to try and prevent what was rapidly becoming the inevitable consequence of the assassination.
In Sarajevo, Lieutenant General Oscar Potierek prepares for war with Serbia. Despite the responsibility he shares for Franz Ferdinand's death, he demands an immediate commencement of hostilities on an almost daily basis. In the middle of July, he even threatens to resign in a letter to Franz Josef's military authorities if war is not declared. It is one of the century's hottest summers. In Vienna, as in Belgrade and across Europe, people are unaware of the plans being developed at the courts and in the chancelleries of the superpowers, and how close war really is. The German Empire and Austria-Hungary hope to take advantage of the element of surprise and appear to conduct business as usual.
Wobei gesagt werden muss, dass the generals and admirals behaved as though they were unaware of what was going on. They all went on holiday because they had to keep up the appearance of normality. On the 25th of July, they all returned, one by one.
On the 23rd of July, Emperor Franz Josef signs an unconditional ultimatum to Serbia, giving it just 48 hours to comply.
Franz Josef bears significant responsibility for unleashing war. He wanted a conflict with Serbia. He did not want to start a world war.
On the 28th of July, war is declared on Serbia, although it has agreed to almost everything in the ultimatum, but refuses permission for imperial delegates to investigate the assassination on Serbian soil. This is presented as justification for a war described as a punishment for the murder of the imperial couple.
It's very hard to the Serbs were aware of the prevailing mood in Vienna, that all of Serbia was to be held accountable for an assassination carried out by a single Serb from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
The artillery attacks started the day Austria declared war on Serbia.
Oscar Potierek has achieved his goal, a war that will erase any trace of his failure on the 28th of June.
For Oscar Potierek, this was a revenge campaign. A campaign he was prepared to conduct with everything he had at his disposal, and at any cost. He was prepared to accept incredible losses.
To the strains of the imperial anthem, the trains roll towards the Balkans. Austria-Hungary's ally, the German Empire, observes the reactions of Russia and France closely.
The war that the German army had prepared for and that they hoped for was the war against France and Russia. The planned campaign was to take 5 weeks, at most.
It wasn't just the German emperor who believed in a short war. This belief was shared by the German and the Austrian generals.
Within a few hours, the fate of Europe is decided. If Russia mobilizes its troops, Germany is prepared to declare war.
know that the Germans' first act will be to try and get into France, and so then Britain is bound to come in.
C'est la logique infernale. This is the terrible logic of the alliances.
Ça joue aussi de l'autre.
It was the same for the other side, when the German Empire signed a blank check for the Austro-Hungarian Empire.
Un chèque en blanc à l'Autriche.
So the Great War begins.
The spark that set Europe on fire. Gavrilo Princip's words. They provided Austria-Hungary with a pretext to punish Serbia and caused a world war.
I always found it completely incredible that nations, empires would speak like that about one another, and Europe was riven with these kind of jealousies and rivalries, and we're talking about feelings that one might describe to a bunch of spoiled children, and they're about to lead to this terrible war.
The first hasty operations began on the 12th of August 1914, and the first entry in Pocherev's journal is, today, my war started.
Krieg. The troops, even inexperienced soldiers, were thrown to the lions.
The inexperienced officers and generals had no chance against the battle-hardened Serbs. The strength of the Serbs had not been underestimated. Rather, their own strength had been terribly exaggerated.
The Serbs reacted with professionalism and fortitude. It soon became clear that Austria had gravely underestimated the resistance they would face. Pocherov kept a detailed journal during the first months of the war. He writes about the weather, about the temperature. His entries are shockingly insubstantial. He's simply not prepared to accept that he's fighting a strong and experienced opponent, rather than an easily vanquished inferior adversary.
The Serbs have a special relationship with their nation. They see it as their property. Why they fought so hard to defend their Serbia in the war against the Habsburg monarchy.
History class at a secondary school in Shabac. The great victory of Serbia and its population of 4.5 million over an empire 10 times its size remains a source of pride. Unexpectedly, Oscar Pocherov does not attack from the Danube in the north. Instead, the attack is launched across the Sava and Drina rivers in the west to surprise the Serbian forces. Austria-Hungary's first offensive lasted less than 2 weeks. Then the imperial troops were forced to retreat. Shabac and its surroundings were completely destroyed in the brief conflict, and the Paris of Serbia became the Verdun of Serbia.
Shabac really did look like Verdun. The Habsburg troops that entered Shabac were from the Second Army, based in Hungary. There were lootings, abuses of the civilian population, mass executions, and murders.
Anyone who can escapes from the areas held by the imperial troops. The war against the Serbian army has become a war against the Serbian civilian population. The racism, summary executions, and the brutal punishment of partisan fighters are rife.
The less success they had on the battlefield, the more their assaults on civilians increased. The civilians were hanged and put down, as it was known at the time.
Across the region, civilians are taken as hostages. Approximately 120 women, children, and old men are imprisoned in the church in Shabbats. Before the retreat, all the hostages are shot in front of the church and hastily buried in a mass grave.
The massacre in Shabbats was just one of many that occurred in northern Serbia. The Shabbats massacre was the largest, but similar events happened throughout the neighboring towns and villages.
There were no houses where we are walking now. The train station was here, and here were the train depots. I am from Prnjavo. My great-grandfather was shot and killed here. My father was also brought here to be shot. I've been coming here since I was a child. I am 75 years old.
Almost every family in Serbia lost someone, as did the family of Peter Shivkovits.
Dear friends, dear young people, it is your responsibility to preserve the memories. Preserve the memories of those who lost their lives here. My father was here. This is where he survived, thanks to a hole dug for a telephone mast. He was lucky that he could hide in the hole, that he survived, that they didn't execute him. My father watched everything from there. This is where they were mown down. This is where they were buried. The executions happened like this. The firing squad was on the tracks, and the people who were to be executed stood here. The firing squads liquidated everybody from over there. Some people hugged each other. Others huddled together. They grew up together, lived together, and wanted to face death together. I think I have described the situation back then to you as well as I can. Observers stood around, silent, powerless, in tears.
Oscar Potjerek launches 2 more attempts to defeat Serbia, but without success. In autumn of 1914, the Emperor's army is forced to admit defeat. The Serbs have defended their country by summoning up all their strength, but they have paid a heavy price. Oscar Potjerek never visits the front lines. He remains at his headquarters in Sarajevo. As his soldiers fight, he has a minor accident.
The entry in Potjerek's journal is almost snivelling. Or is he in fact proud that he has a war wound? In any case, this was the only injury he received during the conflict.
Potjerek certainly remained unmoved by everything that happened around him. Even the failure of the Third Offensive could not compel him to admit any culpability. On the contrary, he considered his removal from command unfair. After all, he had already made plans for the fourth offensive.
Franz Ferdinand had hoped to reform the empire. Instead, his death marked his downfall.
I don't think my great-grandfather can be held responsible for the millions of dead, because the decisions that were made later were completely wrong.
Emperor Franz Joseph started a war that would destroy the old order of Europe.
I don't like to use the term war guilt, although, like any intelligent person, I am furious. But the blame for the war clearly lies here in Vienna and over there in Berlin.
The enthusiasm for war was followed by total hatred of the enemy.
It was a biological disaster for the Serb people. Serbia is the country with the highest percentage of military and civilian casualties in the First World War.
A quarter of the Serbian population, more than 1 million people, lose their lives in World War I.
At the end of 1914 and the beginning of 1915, nobody knew how this great war, this world war, would continue.
At the end of the First World War, more than 17 million people lie dead.
An age of violence ensued, and it left its mark on the history of our continent.
Many soldiers who fought in World War I and far more of their sons would return to fight in another world war, just 2 decades later.
One can say that those things probably would have happened anyway. The world was heading towards war, but it just so happened that it was triggered by shooting on the streets of Sarajevo. That changed the course of history for everyone, for all of us.
September the 1st, 1939. German troops thrust deep into Poland to win a swift and absolute victory. Barely 20 years earlier, their forefathers had also been on the march, but back into their homeland as a defeated army. In November 1918, after 4 years of World War I, Germany's Emperor, Kaiser Wilhelm II, had been forced to abdicate. His armies were being ground down by a remorseless offensive by British, French, and US troops. His people faced starvation. But already, a dangerous myth was taking root. The German generals and troops claimed that they hadn't been defeated in battle, but betrayed by their own cowardly politicians. Even so, at 11 in the morning on November the 11th, 1918, the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, create a new world order. He persuaded the world's leaders to sign up to a new.
Get your samples and enjoy fast dispatch with low MOQs. Come to Alibaba.com.
Adolf Hitler has risen to power pretending to be a man of peace. He tells his people he can make Germany great again without war. But behind the scenes, he's locked in a fierce battle with his generals. They believe hell-bent on a suicidal war of territorial expansion. Some are even plotting to kill him. This is the story of how Hitler lies to his people, outmaneuvers his generals, and leads Germany into a catastrophic war. On a bleak winter's day in late 1937, Adolf Hitler summons Germany's military leaders to a meeting at his headquarters. Present are such senior figures as General Werner von Blumberg, Germany's Minister for War, and General Werner von Fritsch, Commander-in-Chief of the Army.
They think this is going to be a routine meeting, but Hitler shocks them at the beginning of the meeting by explaining to them that what he's about to tell them should be considered his last will and testament. Hitler then goes on to explain his plans for military expansion.
Step 1. Unite the German-speaking people, many of them incorporated into countries like Austria and Czechoslovakia in the carve-up of Europe after World War I. Step 2. Move east and seize territory in Poland, Ukraine and Russia so that the German people can have extra living space or Lebensraum. It's a dream he's been nursing for nearly 20 years. Many of Germany's generals agree with him. But then Hitler spells out his timetable. German troops should seize Austria and Czechoslovakia, possibly in less than a year. The countries further east would rapidly follow over the next few years. It's a hugely ambitious program. The assembled generals are alarmed. Europe's frontiers are formally guaranteed by the military might of Britain and France. To his military commanders, Hitler seems to be rushing the country into a suicidal war.
And when they leave the meeting, there is considerable distrust and What really worried them was that they didn't believe that the German army, that the German armed forces at that stage in late 1937, early 1938 were ready for war. Indeed, they thought that they were woefully unprepared. And it was decided that one or two of them at least should make their views known to Hitler.
One of those who agrees to talk to Hitler is Werner von Blumberg.
Field Marshal von Blumberg was very much of the old school of the German army.
Blumberg is actually quite a pro-Hitler
general. He's always seen as rather sort of sympathetic to the Nazis.
But even he has been shocked by what Hitler has said to him that day and was beginning to tire of Hitler's expansionist plans.
He's joined by Werner von Fritsch, also horrified by what he's heard. But Hitler refuses to listen to them.
Hitler was having none of it. There's no doubt that at that moment he started to doubt their support and to doubt whether he could carry out his plans with them still in place.
As the two men will soon find out, Hitler has a way of dealing with those who oppose him. In the Berlin offices of the Gestapo, an agent combs through the police files. His target is not communists or dissidents. It's von Blomberg. Very soon, the agent finds what he's looking for. The file on Werner von Blomberg shows the general has a dark secret. He's recently remarried. Hitler had been one of the witnesses.
She was considerably younger than him, and it's clear that at some stage he was smitten, he fell in love, and he decided that he wanted to marry her. She was only 25 years old.
But Blomberg's new wife has a secret and colorful past.
She was not only a former prostitute, but had also posed for some pornographic pictures in her past.
The file reveals that she has been a regular fixture at Berlin's sleazy nightclubs and bars. She's a totally unsuitable wife for a senior military figure. The file is sent to Hitler. Hitler, a notorious prude, is appalled.
There was an anecdote going round Berlin at the time that Hitler was washing almost compulsively because he had shaken this lady's hands. But at the same time, it chimed very neatly with Hitler's desire to get rid of von Blomberg, to do away with some of the opposition to his military plans, which he now had in place.
Blomberg is summoned to a meeting and offered a choice. Resign, or his wife's past will be made public. As Hitler had hoped, he chooses to resign. Days later, Werner von Fritsch is also summoned to a meeting with the Fuhrer. A file has mysteriously surfaced, suggesting Fritsch has had a homosexual liaison.
Homosexuality to the Nazis was something that was absolutely abhorrent. And for Hitler personally, it was tremendously homophobic. It was utterly beyond repair.
Fritsch, too, is forced to resign. Almost immediately, Hitler abolishes the position of War Minister and himself Supreme Commander of the German Army.
Hitler actually emerges in much firmer control of the German military than he had been the previous autumn. The army has basically become much more his creature. It's much more subordinated to his will. Any remaining independence of action that it had has been effectively removed.
Yet Hitler faces an obstacle. The German public has elected him as a man of peace. How can he fulfill his expansionist plans, seize new territory, and still keep his promise to them? In the spring of 1938, Hitler launches phase 1 of his expansionist plans. German troops pour across the border into Austria. They're greeted by cheering crowds.
The Austrians welcomed Hitler and the Nazis into Austria. Many millions of them were Germans by birth, German by upbringing, and they were only too happy to return back to the Reich.
Within days, Hitler arrives in Vienna to claim Austria for his new Greater Germany.
There are wonderful photographs of him addressing 250,300,000 people in the Heldenplatz, the Square of Heroes in the middle of Vienna.
Annexing Austria, even peacefully, is a blatant breach of all international agreements. Yet Britain and France do nothing. Hitler has judged the situation very skillfully. He's gambled on their reluctance to go to war, and won. In Germany, there's also jubilation. Hitler has taken the first step in creating his Greater Germany without bloodshed. In doing so, he's also kept his promise to his people not to take the country to war. The Nazi propaganda machine pumps up the achievement.
The crowds were euphoric. They saw this as being a bloodless invasion that almost like a shot being fired. Hitler had reintroduced Austria back into a Greater Germany. He was a hero at the time.
Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister and close confidant, speaks for many when he writes,
"The Führer is wonderful. And yes, he sits over maps for hours and broods. It's stirring when he says he wishes to live to see the Greater Germanic Reich again."
Yet behind the scenes, Hitler and some of his closest collaborators are planning another aggressive expansion of Germany's borders.
Maya, savings, loans, cards. Get it today.
Five months after the annexation of Austria, Hitler masses troops on the border with Czechoslovakia and threatens an invasion. The country has a large German minority. Most of them live in a border area known as the Sudetenland. They are the next target on Hitler's shopping list for incorporation into a new Greater Germany.
He felt that the German people had the right to live together in one large nation state. Hitler simply believed this was an entirely natural and just cause, and he had absolutely no hesitation in making this the centerpiece of his foreign policy.
But unlike the Austrians, the Czechs aren't willing to give up territory to Germany. Furthermore, Czech sovereignty is guaranteed by France and supported by Britain. Hitler needs to somehow maintain the illusion to the German people that he's a man of peace. If there is conflict, it shouldn't be seen to be of his making. The job falls to Joseph Goebbels, Hitler's propaganda minister.
The Nazi propaganda machine springs into action. Newsreels show the Sudeten Germans as a people yearning to become a part of Greater Germany. There had been a vigorous propaganda campaign beforehand to suggest that these people were persecuted in the Czech state, that they were not given equal rights, and that their legitimate popular wish to become part of Germany was being denied.
Hitler was very clever at telling the world, and of course telling his own people in particular, how badly oppressed the Germans living within the Sudeten borders were, and that this was really a moral crusade for Germany.
Hitler's Nazi sympathizers in the Sudetenland now secretly stir up trouble. There was a very effective grouping of Nazis, pro-Nazis, who were able to magnify any incident of oppression suffered by the Germans. It's a classic Nazi trick. Secretly provoke unrest, then make sure it gets lots of news coverage. Every news will carry an example of the oppression of the German people in the Sudetenland. Our people, our German brothers and sisters, are being oppressed in an appalling way in Sudetenland. This can't be allowed to continue. We must intervene. And the anger that was built up was very effective propaganda. It's a clever spin. Hitler can now put the army on a war footing while claiming he's merely protecting a helpless, undefended German population. But despite his popularity, Hitler still feels secure. That summer, Hitler takes another step to reinforce his position. He had this fear that although the army was sworn to him by an oath of loyalty, you could never trust everybody on every occasion. What he needs is an alternative source of military power, and he knows just where to find it. The Waffen-SS is the armed paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party. The men who joined the Waffen-SS were fanatical Nazis, and they also had to meet the SS criterion. They were tall and blonde-haired and had to show that they were pure Nordic blood, which is the generation. They had to swear allegiance to Adolf Hitler. They had to have their blood group tattooed on their arm. They had to have read Mein Kampf. They really had no compunction about what they did and who they killed, as long as it was followed the Nazi ideology. Ordinary Germans and ordinary German soldiers would be scared of these guys.
Bro, you still paying to watch this stuff? All these crazy fights, heroes, everything. I'm watching it all for free on this app. Download now and start watching. Enjoy HD movies and popular series anytime, anywhere. No ads, no...
That summer, the ranks of the Waffen-SS are rapidly expanded. New recruits pour in.
In 1938, the Waffen-SS set up its own training school. This gave them access to better equipment and better training. It also welded them together as a unique elite corps, which were fanatically devoted to Nazism and to the extermination of communists and Jews.
They were special, they were separate, and they were answerable only to themselves and to the Fuhrer, with no reference to any other authority over them. That's what gives them that fearful image.
They are, in effect, Hitler's private army, his guarantee that if the army turns against him, he has an alternative source of power. It will turn out to be a wise precaution. There's already a growing revolt inside the military. Late that summer, at a cathedral in the German capital, an extraordinary scene is unfolding.
You're feeling horny, and there's no one to help you relieve your urges. Try this app.
An extraordinary scene is unfolding. A group of military officers have come to ask the cathedral's canon to release them from their oaths of loyalty to the Fuhrer. Among them is Hans Oster, a colonel in German military intelligence. He'd been an early supporter of the Nazis. But now, like the rest of the group, he believes Hitler is rushing the country into a suicidal war. The cathedral canon, also a dissident, is happy to help. He tells them Hitler is a tyrant and that they have no obligation to follow him.
And that was a difficult step for many of those senior military men to make. This was, after all, their commander-in-chief, so they needed, if you like, absolution from the church to prepare them for what they were planning to do.
The conspirators also have the backing of important names in the German military. They include General Erwin von Wisselbahn, commander of the army in Berlin, and Fritz von Schulenburg, vice president of the Berlin police. Both have been deeply disturbed by Hitler's removal of Blumberg and Fritsch and his willingness to risk war with Britain and France.
Many of those who were plotting in the summer of 1938 were those that you might normally imagine were the Nazis' natural echelon supporters, senior military personnel, also senior police personnel. And many of them had initially been supporters of Hitler and the Nazis, but they feel they're being railroaded into reckless foreign policy adventures.
Oster and his colleagues leave the cathedral determined to do all they can to stop Hitler. Over the next few months, the conspirators lay their plans. The idea is to arrest Hitler and remove him from power. They tour Berlin, studying places where they might seize him. The big, outstanding question: when should they act? Meanwhile, on the Czech border, German troops continue to prepare for war. But France and Britain are still guarantors of Czech sovereignty. Yet, even now, Hitler sticks to his claim that he doesn't want war. In a speech to the German people that September, he proclaims,
I demand that the oppression of these Germans in Czechoslovakia ceases.
Hitler had a very successful technique where he presented himself as a man of peace. He always said he was a former frontline soldier. Why would he, of all people, want a renewal of war? But he presented himself always as a man under great pressure from his own people and from the minorities he was seeking to rescue.
the clock is ticking. War seems imminent. Will the invasion of Czechoslovakia go ahead? Or can the conspirators inside the army stop Hitler before he drags Germany into a reckless war? Suddenly, there's a dramatic new development. In Britain, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain has been watching Hitler's saber rattling with alarm. He now leaves London for a meeting with Hitler.
Discussion between him and me may have useful consequences.
On the morning that he left for Germany, he was sent off from the airport by cheering crowds.
In Germany, Chamberlain is received by Hitler at the Berghof, his mountain retreat in the German Alps.
Chamberlain and Hitler are very different figures. They're 20 years apart. Chamberlain is 69, Hitler is 49.
Chamberlain must have cut a fairly strange figure amongst all these Germans in their Nazi uniforms, with his wing collar, his tie, his rolled-up umbrella.
Chamberlain very much looks like a statesman of the old school. And of course, Hitler's a very different beast indeed. It was the meeting of two cultures, the old Edwardian school of British diplomacy represented by Chamberlain, and this new aggressive Nazi German movement.
As if to symbolize the significance of the meeting, a thunderstorm breaks overhead.
That day, there was a storm brewing, appropriately enough. And boy, was there going to be a storm brewing that day. Chamberlain is, as many were when they first met him, he's impressed by the charisma, the personality, the character of the man. And that, of course, carries Hitler a long way forward to getting what he wants.
Hitler, once again, presents himself as a man of peace, simply trying to help his fellow Germans. He demands the Sudetenland be given a vote on whether it should secede from Czechoslovakia. Chamberlain appears to accept the argument and agrees to try and sell it to the French and Czech governments. But he leaves a poor impression on his German hosts.
After Chamberlain had left that evening, there was much hilarity amongst the staff and the other people at the Berghof about Chamberlain. There's no doubt that the Germans felt, having met him once, that this was a man who they could get the better of.
Ang wala nga pala ditong nakuha kong bahay. Halika, check natin. Kailangan ko na nga pala wala daw kumasok.
That this was a man who they could get the better of.
In Berlin, Hans Oster and his fellow conspirators are not taken in by Hitler's presentation of himself as a man of peace. They plan their next moves.
To make sure they weren't followed, they went to some quite extraordinary lengths. They used to go for walks together in the park so they could see that nobody was following them. One group of plotters even used to meet in a Berlin swimming pool so they could make sure that any potential Gestapo tail was left in the changing room.
One important question remains unresolved. What to do with Hitler once he's arrested? Most favour a trial, but not everybody agrees. One of them is Major Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz, a former right-wing thug.
Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz had a colourful background. He'd been through the First World War and subsequently fought in every radical right-wing paramilitary organisation in the 1920s.
Heinz supports the Nazi cause, but not Hitler's leadership of it. He tells Oster, by now the leading spirit behind the rebellion,
Hitler alive is stronger than all our divisions. He needs to be killed.
The two men come to a secret understanding. Hitler will be shot in the confusion of the arrest. There is now a very real chance Hitler could be killed. Five days after his first trip to see Hitler, Chamberlain returns to Germany. The second meeting is held in the small spa town of Bad Godesberg on the Rhine. Chamberlain's hotel, the Petersburg, is on one side of the river. Hitler stays in his favorite, the Driessen, on the other.
The Driessen is the hotel where Hitler traditionally went to relax, where he used to go to stay when he wanted a holiday. Herr Driessen, the owner of the hotel, was famous as being an arch-Nazi. And he had an interesting sideline. Whenever Hitler came to stay, he would then auction off all of the materials that had been in Hitler's room afterwards to earn a bit of extra money.
As the meeting gets underway, Chamberlain is optimistic. He tells Hitler about the deal he wants. Britain has persuaded the French and Czech governments to accept the German demand that the Sudetenland be given a vote on whether to become part of Germany. War can be avoided.
And then having done so, he sort of leant back in his chair as if to say, haven't I done well? And to his horror, and to the horror of the other people in the room, Hitler thumped the table and he said, no, I'm afraid the rules have changed. I'm afraid that is no longer enough.
He would sort of display these incredible histrionics and theatrics, and his mouth would foam with rage.
Hitler tells an astonished Chamberlain he's no longer interested in a vote.
And it's at this point where he's famously called a carpet biter, because he's like a sort of a rabid dog.
Hitler now tells Chamberlain the situation in the Sudetenland has deteriorated. Hundreds of fellow Germans are being killed almost daily. Forget the vote. He will invade unless the Czechs hand over the Sudetenland to Germany immediately.
At that point, Chamberlain literally, his mouth just drops open. And he sits up and he's absolutely shocked by what Hitler said. Because it means that they haven't just gone back to square one, they've gone back to the square before that.
At that stage, things look very bad indeed.
Hitler now ramps up the pressure on Chamberlain. A carefully orchestrated stream of messengers come and go.
A courier comes in and presents, with a great flourish, a piece of paper to Hitler. He tells Hitler and Chamberlain that 300 Germans have been massacred in a battle in the German Sudetenland. In fact, of course, it hadn't happened at all. It was a complete myth. But it was Hitler's way of really turning the screw on to Chamberlain.
Get your samples and enjoy fast dispatch with low MOQs. Come to Alibaba.com.
Screw on to Chamberlain.
He banged the table in front of Chamberlain saying, "The urgency is evident, Mr. Prime Minister." And Chamberlain really didn't have to respond. He had to believe the story. He couldn't say, "Well, I think it's propaganda." He was duped, if you wish, by a much smarter operator.
The meeting finishes late. Chamberlain returns home deeply disturbed. He's facing a monumental choice. He has to persuade the world that Hitler has a legitimate right to walk into the Sudetenland or take Britain to war. He soon makes his opinions clear. He tells the House of Commons, in a now infamous phrase, Hitler's threatened invasion of the Sudetenland is merely a quarrel in a faraway country between people of whom we know nothing. In Berlin, the conspirators in the army are certain Hitler is still leading the country to war. They can't believe the British will give in to Hitler's latest demand. Desperate to stop him, they finalize their plans. The invasion may be only days away. At an army garrison in Berlin, Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz assembles a small team. The plan is to arrest Hitler as soon as he's ordered the invasion of the Sudetenland. Arms, ammunition, and hand grenades are handed out. The conspirators check their weapons. But then something happens they hadn't anticipated. Europe's great powers, Britain, France, Germany, and Italy, gather in Munich for a final attempt to thrash out a solution to the Sudeten crisis. The meeting is held at the Führerland, the enormous Nazi headquarters in Munich.
The atmosphere at Munich was tense throughout.
Everybody present is convinced time is running out to prevent the second catastrophic war in Europe in 20 years. But Hitler stands firm. Even now, he maintains his public image that he doesn't want war, but that he's being pushed into it by the Czechs. Across Germany, there's a mood of alarm that despite their faith in him, Hitler is going to break his promise.
The reality was, and we know this from diary entries, that there were serious doubts, not simply among the military, but also among ordinary Germans. It wasn't openly expressed because really there wasn't an open area for that. But the anxieties are there.
There's a lot of trepidation now amongst the people. They're quite frightened of coming out and saying, these aims are wrong. But there is a kind of fear about a world war and what it will do for Germany.
Peace in Europe hangs by a thread. Chamberlain offers a new, extraordinary compromise. Hitler can have the Sudetenland, provided he promises this will be the last of his territorial ambitions. Hitler immediately replies,
Yes, yes. It's the last territorial demand I shall make in Europe.
within hours, the Munich Agreement is signed. Extraordinary coup. Chamberlain is convinced war has been avoided. For Hitler, it's a double triumph. Germany's borders have again been expanded. And he can continue his lie that he's a man of peace. Once again, he's a national hero.
Take your membership to the next level.
In Berlin, the secret conspiracy against Hitler collapses. Hans Oster and his colleagues burn all the evidence. With Chamberlain's climb down, they've lost heart. The leadership melts back into the army command structure. Hans Oster, the leader of the conspiracy, hides his opposition and remains a colonel in the German military intelligence. Friedrich Wilhelm Heinz, who had wanted to shoot Hitler, joins a special forces group and will fight on the Eastern Front. General Erwin von Witzelbahn is promoted to commander-in-chief of an army group. Fritz von Schulenburg also throws in his lot with the military establishment and is later promoted. Their loss of courage means Hitler is now free to move on to the next phase of his expansionist plans. Six months after signing the Munich Agreement, he tears it up. In March 1939, German troops roar straight through the Sudetenland and occupy the whole of Czechoslovakia. This is no longer merely uniting German-speaking people. This is territorial expansion. Yet even so, Britain and France are still unwilling to go to war. For the German people, it looks like another amazing triumph. Across Germany, there's renewed euphoria. Germany has acquired not just the Sudetenland, but the whole of Czechoslovakia without firing a shot. It's Hitler's first step in his acquisition of Lebensraum, the extra living space he's promised the German people.
It's a long-standing notion going back to the 19th century, which was that Germany didn't have enough space for its people.
Hitler's popularity soars to new heights.
It proved yet again that he could take risks. They were calculated risks, but been so cleverly well calculated, they actually were.
To many people, he's the country's greatest diplomat ever. There's an outpouring of adulatory letters and poems. A 17-year-old girl writes,
Hitler is a great man, a genius, a person sent to us from heaven.
One Western newspaper reports, the great majority of Germans could now find some point of identification with Hitler and his achievements. What the German people don't know is that this will be Hitler's last major bloodless victory.
International community was outraged by it. Stalin denounced him, Chamberlain denounced him, and the French denounced him. Hitler is hell-bent on war. The only way to stop him is through a powerful military alliance.
But even now, the German people have faith he won't take them to war. They're wrong. At the beginning of September, a German warship in the free port of Danzig opens fire on the Polish garrison. Meanwhile, German troops pour across the border into Poland. This time, Britain and France react. Both countries are signatories of a treaty guaranteeing Polish independence. They now have no choice but to come to Poland's assistance. On September the 3rd, 1939, 2 days after the German invasion, Britain and France declare war on Germany.
This country is at war with Germany.
What Hitler has promised will not happen, has happened. World War II has begun. In Germany, there's a mood of fear and doom.
There was no appetite amongst the German people for what could be seen as a resumption of the First World War, which had been utterly catastrophic for Germany. From contemporary reports, we know that the mood in Berlin was sombre and depressed.
The war they'd hoped to avoid has finally arrived. But then, very rapidly, the mood changes as German forces crush all opposition. Poland is overrun in weeks. The German army then turns west. War spreads across Europe. It's accompanied by more easy victories. Germany occupies Denmark and Norway.
I mean, this is joined up warfare. This is tanks, artillery, all working in unison.
Better app.
Soon afterwards, German forces storm into Belgium and Holland.
This is a war that no one has ever seen before, and it's absolutely devastating. This is war at its most brutal.
By midsummer 1914, Hitler is in Paris at the head of a victorious army. He has defeated the combined forces of both Britain and France. In front of the Eiffel Tower, he proclaims,
I'm the greatest strategic genius of all time.
Many Germans who had begun to doubt him start to trust Hitler again. In a matter of months, and with minimal losses, Germany has overrun Europe. Hitler may not have kept his promise to avoid war, but at least it's been a brief one. He's grabbed more territory than the Germans had won in the entire course of World War I. A war that lasted 4 years and cost millions of German lives. He tells his senior military commanders,
No one has achieved what I have achieved. I've led the German people to a great height.
the idea of Hitler's military brilliance spreads across the world. National leaders in Europe and Asia rally to his support. enters the war on the German side. Hitler and the Italian fascist leader Benito Mussolini have much in common. Hitler, from the beginning, admired what he called the great man across the Alps. And it's reciprocated. Mussolini admires Hitler for what he's achieved. In the autumn, Germany's old ally Japan also joins Hitler. The Axis powers are born. Hitler strides the world. Yet what the Germans don't realise is that the war is far from over. The devastation is only just beginning. January 1945. Endgame for Nazi Germany. As the Allies advance on all sides, the 1,000-year Reich, built on illusion and delusion, is crumbling. What now for Adolf Hitler and a band of criminal conspirators around him? This is the story of how the Nazi regime keeps lying to the very end, as it collapses into plots, power struggles, and madness. But there is still time for one last great betrayal of the German people. Outside, back in his region. The Allies are penetrating Germany, the heart of the Third Reich. The Führer delivers one final rallying cry.
God the Almighty has made our nation. By defending its existence, we are defending His word. The fact that this defense is fraught with incalculable misery, suffering, and hardship makes us even more attached to this nation.
The tone of defiance is the same as ever, but the war is nearly lost.
They're fighting war on 2-3 fronts. They're starved of any natural resources they previously had. Only a complete fanatic such as Hitler would give this to their chance.
This will be the last time the German people hear their Führer's voice. What the public can't see is that Hitler is a mere shadow of the man he once was. At just 55, he's suffering from cerebral disorders and twitching spasms, an aged grey wrecking home, increasingly dependent on a sinister crack, Dr. Theo.
Why? Turn of the year 44, 45. He is a very sick man. He's stupid. He's prematurely aged. He's suffering from jaundice. His shape is uncontrollable. At times, his whole body is short. Other times, simply the left side of the car. He survives on a cocktail of drugs, which his doctor gives him.
Despite his pitiful condition and the overwhelming military situation, he still clings to the belief he can win.
Hitler is completely deluded by this point. I mean, he's so out there, he's clearly insane. There's absolutely no way that the German army, depleted of proper weaponry and machines, and with the reduced manpower, is going to be able to basically turn back this inevitable collapse.
was pinning his hopes on new miracle weapons. Weapons like the ME-262, the world's first operational jet fighter, capable of nearly 600 miles per hour. And the V-2 rocket, the first ballistic missile and the first man-made object to enter space.
Faith is put into several kind of miracle weapons, such as V2 rockets. These aren't game changers. These are weapons that are going to cause a half. They're not going to cause the Allies to withdraw from the fight.
The jet fighters are produced too late, in too few numbers, and have no impact against the numerically superior Allied air forces. As German forces retreat, rocket-launched chansa capture, preventing them from posing any further threat. For the people in his intimate circle, it is nearing decision time. Men like Hermann Goering, the Führer's long-anointed successor, who had been with him since almost the beginning. For Heinrich Himmler, the head of the SS, the driving force behind the Holocaust. And Joseph Goebbels, his propaganda chief. Do they stay and go down and they all sworn to serve? Or do they abandon him and make their own plans?
It's like rats, deserting a sinking ship. All of the military people want to give up. Most of the cronies around Hitler, with one or two exceptions, Goebbels being the most prominent, think the game is up as well. So really, this is sort of waiting for the end.
Joseph Goebbels decides to stand by his Führer. He was the chief architect of the tactic that has enabled the Nazis to fool so many Germans for so long. The trick of making the Nazis look outwardly respectable but no more while hiding criminal reality.
Goebbels is that's the most intellectual of the Nazis. But he was a man who was very sharp in terms of his sensibilities. Ultimately, he sacrifices this sensibility for love for the Führer. The Führer can do no wrong.
Despite the hopeless situation, bombed out cities, food shortages, and fears of the advancing Russian Red Army, Goebbels throws all his energy into one final illusion, his most lavish propaganda piece to date.
The best way to look at the mentality of rulers at this stage is to look at the Premier as a film called Cold. And this is a period drama about the Napoleon Wars and a brave defence against the Napoleonic army by Russian defending forces. And he makes this really the big blockbuster of the year, where all these people are fighting this sort of hopeless task. And at the last minute, they turn it round and they defeat Napoleon.
The parallels are obvious. Resistance against